life itself. It is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. This thought inspires the essence of this conference. To commence this auspicious event, we shall begin with lighting the ceremonial lamp along with Saraswati Vandan, a tradition that symbolizes the enlightenment and wisdom. So I request all the dignitaries to come forward and light the lamp.
आइए सर, 5-10 सेकंड सर।
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. C.H. Patil, Associate Professor from MIT WPU Pune, Purpur campus. I welcome here Dr. N.K. Tiwari, Vice Chancellor, Shailendra Jain sir, Srivastav ma'am, and Dr. Amit Bhagat sir for this conference. The National Visioning Conference we have thought of because of MIT WPU Goa campus we are targeting, and the base for that MIT WPU Goa campus is transdisciplinary education, where traditional courses what we are looking for, computer engineering, mechanical, civil, arts, commerce, science, management and all. Instead of that, our executive president Dr. Rahul Karat has thought of transdisciplinary education, and on this topic, different academic leaders and experts like you can give us some inputs how we can go for curriculum designing, how we can go for teaching learning pedagogies and examination patterns and all other governance aspects of education and teaching learning. So I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais for this National Visioning Conference. The conference title is Envisioning Tomorrow's University and Transdisciplinary Dialogue on Future of Education. So we have MIT, which is MIT's group of institutions. That was the first private engineering college in Maharashtra, founded by Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir in 1983. And from that engineering college, we have grown to 65 institutes and 6 private universities now. So we have currently running 6 private universities, 2 in Pune, 1 is in Solapur, 1 is in Ujjain, Avantika University, 1 is in Shillong as MIT University. So here all the traditional and professional courses we are offering, and currently 85,000 students are taking education in MIT's group of institutions. Now, this conference, we have the objectives. What we are looking for is repositioning higher education to address evolving societal and stakeholder expectation. That is the first objective. Second objective, we have fostering transdisciplinary, future ready and curriculum and pedagogy. Third objective, we have targeted for leverage emerging technologies and AI for academic transformation. Strengthening institutional governance, quality assurance and collaborative ecosystems. Advance India's global academic footprint through innovation and partnerships. So this is what we have the inaugural session where academic leaders will give us the thought process, and after this we have divided this in 4 themes. The first theme and the panel discussion on that is evolving higher education ecosystem and stakeholder expectations. Second session we have transdisciplinary curriculum development and pedagogy. Third theme we have institutional governance and transdisciplinary education. And the last one is on roadmap for a global Indian university. So this is what we are looking for, the 4 sessions and input on transdisciplinary education. Now new education policy and transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary and all that objectives are coming into the picture. So whatever the old things are there that we are targeting, not only to target for computer engineer or AI engineer or mechanical engineer we are looking for, but we are looking for a complete package where students can grow and can deliver in one field, like healthcare, like we have defense technology, we have automobile. In that, how students can excel in all the fields, not only one targeted domain, because many times it happens that computer engineering we know everything, but the domain knowledge is missing. So we are looking for transdisciplinary area where automobile, all type of IoT, automobile engineering, mechanical engineering and computer engineering is a combined package we can deliver to the students, and outcome of that should be a skilled manpower, and we are looking for a very good job opportunities for the students, and they will have a expertise in their domain with a specialized field that we are looking for. And thank you very much once again for joining us for this visioning conference. And in future also we are looking for your contributions in academic as well as collaborative research and other activities we are targeting at MIT University. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Dr. C.H. Patil for the inspiring welcome address that beautifully opened today's event. Now I would like to invite Dr. Shailendra Jain, in charge Director MANIT, to welcome our honorable chief guest, Professor N.K. Tiwari, Vice Chancellor, SM Global University, with a memento. Professor MIT WPU to welcome Professor Namita Srivastava, HOD MBC with the memento. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Basant Tiwari to welcome Dr. Amit Bhagat, Associate Professor, MDC Department to the podium. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Manoj Jha to welcome C.H. Patil, Associate Professor, MIT Pune with a bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Chandan Verma, sir, to welcome Dr. Basant Tiwari, MIT Pune with a bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite HOD of MBC Department, Professor Namita Srivastava, to brief about the departmental activities.
So, I welcome all of you to the beautiful campus of MANIT and beautiful Bhopal. जो लोग भोपाल से बाहर से आए हैं उनको I welcome Dr. Tiwari, I welcome Dr. Patil, Dr. Basant Tiwari and Vivek Tiwari, ex-student. I also welcome Tarna. If any other ex-student is there, I am not sure. I welcome you all, my fellow colleagues, dear students. I welcome all of you for this conference, which is a very enlightening conference. Today I will say it is enlightening because need of the hour is transdisciplinary. Earlier it was just a mechanical engineer was studying mechanical, electrical was studying electrical. Similarly, when computer science and all came, they started studying just coding and programming. But now the need of the hour, and as per our NEP 2020, the requirement is transdisciplinary. It is not that the computer science person will know only computer science or a mechanical person will know only mechanical. Now the area is wide open, and to open a full-fledged university on that is obviously brainstorming sessions are required for that. We at MANIT also have started interdisciplinary courses, as earlier we used to teach only mathematics. Now we are teaching mathematics and data science, not only maths. The students are studying along with maths, data science also. We have started a course in energy and economics. Earlier nobody must have thought of this type of courses which we are starting. But it is in our institute and along with the base engineering subjects, civil, mechanical and electrical, all the other subjects are also coming up. And in the near future also, sir will tell more about it. We are going to start more interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary courses. So I think this is a very good initiative by MIT to start a full-fledged university on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your delightful words. Now I request in charge director MANIT, Dr. Shailendra Jain, to inspire and motivate us with his insights.
Chief guest of today's function, Professor A.K. Tiwari, Vice Chancellor, SAM Global University. Head of the department, Dr. Namita Srivastava, Dr. C.H. Patil from MIT Pune, Dr. Amit Bhagat, coordinator of this particular event, Dr. Basant Tiwari ji, MIT Pune, and Dr. Vivek Tiwari, IIIT Gwalior, our senior colleagues, Professor Partha-Sani, Professor Tagna Jain, other faculty colleagues and dear participants. I welcome you all on the occasion of inauguration of this one-day National Visioning Conference, the initiative of MANIT. What I understand is basically we are heading towards an era where more focus will be given on skill-based education rather than discipline-based. So I extend my best wishes to both organizer and participants for a fruitful outcome on the particular theme. Thank you very much. Wish you all very all the best.
Now it is my honor to call upon Professor N.K. Tiwari, Vice Chancellor, SAM Global University, to enlighten us with his valuable words.
आज बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में हम लोग यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए। कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित डॉक्टर शैलेंद्र जैन जी, CS पाटिल जी, डॉक्टर ममता श्रीवास्तव मैडम, अमित भगत जी, डॉक्टर बसंत तिवारी जी, डॉक्टर विवेक तिवारी, डॉक्टर करुणा मैडम, पार्थ-सानी सर और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी सम्मानीय बंधुओं। आज का विषय बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और गूढ़ है। इसके अंदर हमें बहुत कुछ सोचने और मनन करने और मंथन करने की आवश्यकता है। शायद एक दिन का कॉन्फ्रेंस आपका है, इसमें कुछ चीजें निकलेंगी और उन पर आगे मंथन करने की आवश्यकता है। ये एक ऐसा विषय नहीं है कि एक दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस में कर लिया जाए और तीसरी हो जाए। और यदि हम देखें कि भविष्य का विश्वविद्यालय कैसा होना चाहिए, MIT ने एक बहुत अच्छा विषय दिया और मुझे बताया गया कि शायद इसी प्रकार का एक विश्वविद्यालय वो गोवा में स्थापित करना चाहते हैं। तो उसके पहले वो पूरे देश में विभिन्न जगहों पर जाकर ये निष्कर्ष निकालना चाहते, बिंदु निकालना चाहते कि उस विश्वविद्यालय के ऊपर क्या हो। ये भी बहुत बड़ी बात है क्योंकि अधिकतर लोग अपना विश्वविद्यालय खोल लेते हैं अपने विचार से, लेकिन ये उसी प्रकार है जिस प्रकार से हमारी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के साथ है। हमारी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति जो 2020 है, यह भी किसी एक व्यक्ति द्वारा बनाई गई शिक्षा नीति नहीं है। इसमें 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों की सहभागिता है। इसका ड्राफ्ट बनाया गया था और ड्राफ्ट सर्कुलेट करके लोगों से मांगा गया था कि आपके जो भी सजेशन है वो आप दीजिए, जो भी सुझाव है वो दीजिए, और 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा सुझाव इसमें आए थे। मैं तो भाग्यशाली हूं कि मेरे द्वारा इसमें सुझाव दिए गए थे और उसमें वो समाहित भी किए गए। तो इस प्रकार जब 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा बुद्धिजीवी लोग मिलकर कोई नीति को बनाते हैं तो उस नीति का क्या मतलब होगा वो आप लोग समझ सकते हैं। लेकिन आवश्यकता है उसको क्रियान्वयन की, क्योंकि बहुत सी नीतियां अच्छी बन जाती हैं, पेपर में बहुत अच्छी रहती हैं, लेकिन जब वो धरातल पर आती हैं तो क्या अपना मूल रूप ले सकती है कि ले पा रही है कि नहीं ले पा रही। इस पर हमें सोचने की बात है। आज हम इंटर विषय की बात कर रहे हैं, मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी की बात कर रहे हैं, बहु विषय की बात कर रहे हैं। ये आज की बात नहीं है। हमारे देश में आदिकाल से इस प्रकार की पढ़ाई होती आई है। हम उसकी पुनरावृत्ति करने जा रहे हैं, हम उसको पुनः स्थापित करने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो मुगल साम्राज्य और अंग्रेजों का साम्राज्य था उस समय उन्होंने जो हमारे स्वापर आक्रमण किया था, हमारे स्वापर खत्म करने की कोशिश की थी, तो उन्होंने हमारी संस्कृति पर सबसे ज्यादा आघात किया था। इसलिए आज हम बात कर रहे हैं, आज हम बात कर रहे हैं हमारी भारतीय भाषाओं की। आज हम बात करते हैं कि हमारी भारतीय भाषा में पढ़ाई होना चाहिए, अध्ययन होना चाहिए। आज भी हम 75 साल बाद भी मानसिक रूप से गुलाम, उस गुलामी से हमें किस प्रकार निकलना है, किस प्रकार हमें स्वाधीन से स्वतंत्रता की ओर जाना है, अपने तंत्र के अधीन हम अपने आ सकें, उस पर काम करना है। वहां पर काम करने के लिए राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति आई। अब जब बात कर रहे हैं इस प्रकार के विश्वविद्यालय, किस प्रकार के विश्वविद्यालय होना चाहिए, ये बहुत विषय है। क्या विश्वविद्यालय आज इस प्रकार से बन रहे हैं, कुछ विश्वविद्यालयों को छोड़ दें, कुछ संस्थाओं को छोड़ दें, तो डिग्री देने वाले विश्वविद्यालय तैयार, जो बच्चों को डिग्री दे रहे हैं। मैं बार बार कहता हूं, बच्चों की डिग्रीधारी नहीं बनना, ज्ञानधारी बनना है। शिक्षा में डिजिटल होगा, अच्छी बात, लेकिन क्या निजीकरण में हर चीज सही हो रही है, इस पर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। हमारी जिम्मेदारी, और जो गवर्नमेंट में भी है उनकी भी जिम्मेदारी है, बच्चे को क्या दे रहे हैं, क्या ज्ञान देके यहां से निकालें। तो सबसे पहले जो ज्ञान देना है, उसको उसकी भाषा में ज्ञान देने की आवश्यकता है। बच्चा जो अंग्रेजी में पढ़ता है, दिमाग में वो हिंदी में सोचता है, अपनी मातृभाषा में सोचता है, वो उस ज्ञान के जब तक नहीं पहुंचता। और अंग्रेजों की यही चीज वो थी कि हमारा देश का बच्चा, भारतीय बच्चा ज्ञान आधारित न कर पाए, बाबू बन जाए और लिखने पढ़ना सीख जाए, इतना ही काम कर सके। और हम भी 75 साल से उसी पद्धति को अपनाते हुए भले हुए चले आ रहे हैं। आज गर्व की बात है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पहल करके राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को स्थापित किया। हमें जब शिक्षा के मंदिर में आना है, तो केवल बच्चे को ज्ञान भी नहीं देना। ज्ञान एक है, लेकिन ज्ञान के साथ संस्कार। आज दुर्भाग्य हमारा अधिक है, हम पश्चिम सभ्यता की ओर भाग रहे हैं। पश्चिम सभ्यता को अपनाने की होड़ लगी हुई है। किस प्रकार से हम अपनी सभ्यता को स्थापित कर सकते हैं, ज्ञान के माध्यम के द्वारा ही हो सकता है। और इसमें हमारी जिम्मेदारी बहुत बढ़ जाती है। हमारी आवश्यक कहने के लिए हमारा नैतिक कर्तव्य बन जाता है कि हम इन मंदिरों से ऐसे बच्चे सृजित करें जो अपनी नौकरी के लिए ना सोचें, जो अपने परिवार के लिए ना सोचें, जो समाज के लिए सोचें, जो देश के लिए सोचें, जो देश के लिए कुछ करने के आगे आतुर। तो आज का विश्वविद्यालय उस प्रकार का विश्वविद्यालय स्थापित होना है। लेकिन विश्वविद्यालय कब स्थापित होगा? जब हमारे शिक्षक उस आदर्श को पालन करेंगे। मैं छोटी सी कहानी बताता हूं, बच्चों को बताता हूं। एक बुढ़िया थी, अपने पोते को लेके गांधी जी के पास जाती है। गांधी जी से कहती है कि गुड़ खाता है, हमारी अपनी माता की नापी बात सब मानते थे, आप उसको मना कर देंगे, गुड़ मत खाया करो तो गुड़ खाना छोड़ देगा। गांधी जी कहते हैं आप 7 दिन बाद आना। वो वापस चली जाती है, 7 दिन बाद वापस आती है। गांधी जी उस बच्चे से कहते हैं बेटा गुड़ मत खाया करो। दादी बोलती है इसी बात कहते आप उसी दिन कह देते, मैं 7 को से आई, आज फिर 7 को वापस गई, फिर 7 को चल के आई। तो मैं लगी बापू जी कहने लगे उस समय में गुड़ खाता था, मैंने गुड़ खाना छोड़ दिया है, तब मैं इससे बोल पा रहा हूं गुड़ मत खाया करो। तो सबसे पहले जरूरी है कि हमें अपने संस्कार अच्छे। शिक्षक अपने आप के लिए नहीं जीता, शिक्षक को दूसरों के लिए जीना पड़ता है। और मैं ये भी कहता हूं कि शिक्षक 2 प्रकार से बनते हैं। एक शिक्षक को शुरू से उसके मन में अंदर होता है कि हमें शिक्षक बनना है, और एक होता है कुछ नहीं मिला, जब से इनकी संस्थाएं आई हैं, कहीं आगे नहीं मिली, अब हम शिक्षक बन जाते हैं। तो एक एक्सीडेंटल होते हैं और एक बाई चॉइस। तो मैं आज ही आपसे कहूंगा कि यदि आप एक्सीडेंटल शिक्षक के रूप में बना है, तो उसको अपनी चॉइस में परिवर्तित करना चाहिए, अपने जीवन को बदलना चाहिए। एक इंजीनियर यदि भ्रष्टाचार बनता है, कोई अंतर नहीं आएगा, एक पुल टूट जाएगा, 150 लोग मर जाएंगे। एक डॉक्टर भी भ्रष्टाचारी हो जाता है, कोई अंतर नहीं आएगा, कुछ मरीज होंगे। लेकिन यदि एक शिक्षक गलत हो जाता है, पूरा समाज खराब हो जाता है। तो हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम उस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ें। उस विश्वविद्यालय की जो विचार है वो बहुत ही नेक विचार है, और इस प्रकार के विश्वविद्यालय स्थापित होना चाहिए। और विश्वविद्यालय धनार्जन का कारण नहीं बनना चाहिए, ज्ञान देने का संस्थान बनना चाहिए, आश्रम बनना चाहिए। आप लोगों को पुनः एक बार बहुत शुभकामनाएं, और यहाँ पर मुझे आनंदित किया, इसके लिए मैं आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, आप लोगों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय हनुमान।
For presenting your valuable transitioning thoughts and enlightening us with your valuable knowledge. Thank you so much again. Now I kindly invite Dr. Basant Tiwari to deliver vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege to extend the vote of thanks at the inauguration of National Visionary Conference on Innovation Tomorrow's University. On behalf of MIT University, MANIT, and MANIT at Bhopal, I express our deep gratitude to all our distinguished dignitaries for joining us today. I sincerely thank Dr. Namita ma'am for thoughtful opening address, which has set the right direction for the day. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Tiwari, Vice Chancellor Sir, Sam Global University, and Dr. Saranjan Sir, in charge director of MANIT Bhopal, for their inspiring keynote address that brought valuable perspective to this dialogue. My thanks to Dr. C.H. Patel Sir for his warm welcome and for anchoring the spirit of this conference. A special acknowledgement must go for Dr. Amit Bhagat Sir, who has coordinated this entire program for MANIT and ensured that the arrangement here at this venue have been seamless. Most importantly, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants gathered here today, including eminent professors from diverse disciplines, from different universities, industry experts, medical professionals, colleagues from education department of MP government. All your role is central to the conference. Together, you will not only discuss but also actively brainstorm on the key themes before us, including curriculum, including pedagogy, governance, and a roadmap for building global Indian universities. Through your collective insights and experience, this forum will move beyond ideas to practical pathway, ensuring that the vision of tomorrow's university is rooted in academic strength, industry relevance, and societal needs, and global benchmarks. With that, I once again thanks everyone and look forward for the rich panel discussion in this session ahead. Thank you very much.
And now I request you all for high tea outside the Senate Hall. Okay, let's take a group photograph.
In this panel, we have Dr. Parda sir, Dr. Vivek Tiwari, Dr. Taruna Jain ma'am, Amit Bhagat sir, and Sujata sir. Srivastav ma'am is also there with us. I will just go through the opening remarks for this session. Topic of this session is evolving higher education ecosystem and stakeholder expectations. So it is a privilege to open today's discussion on this subject that sits to our heart of academicians, professionals, and social future, the evolving higher education ecosystem and stakeholder expectation. Higher education is no longer confined to the walls of lecture halls, nor is it solely defined by degrees and diplomas. It is an ecosystem where a living network of learners, educators, researchers, industry partners, governments, and communities that is continuously, constantly adapting to global shifts. The forces driving this evolution are being rapid technological advances we have, the digital transformation of teaching and learning, globalization of knowledge, the rise of interdisciplinary studies, and growing demand for lifelong learning. At the same time, the expectations of different stakeholders have become more complex. Students look for flexible, personalized, affordable learning pathways that lead to employability and lifelong skills. Faculties expect greater academic freedom, better resources, and meaningful engagement with emerging technologies, where employers are demanding graduates who can think critically, solve the problems creatively, and adapt to rapid technology, changing with the work environments. Governments and policymakers emphasizes on accountability, equity, measurable social impact, communities and society at large increasingly look for higher education to address challenges, for example, climate change, digital inequality, sustainable development, and looking for sustainable development goals. This convergence of pressures and opportunities makes higher education both more challenging and more exciting than ever before. So our task as educators, administrators and partners is to ensure that universities remain relevant, resilient and responsive, producing not only skilled professionals but also responsible global citizens. As we begin our dialogue today, I invite to reflect on how these shifts affect your role in your institutions and your aspirations. Let us explore together how higher education can evolve in a way that balances tradition with innovation and excellence with inclusivity. So, my thought process of this is, as a faculty member, we have our own aims and objectives, ambitions in the academicians fraternity, and now the MANIT evolved multidisciplinary approach, transdisciplinary approach. Now we are heading towards. Students' expectations are totally different, parents' expectations are totally different, and industry expectations are different. So, what is your opinion on this take, that how we can integrate all these things and how we can achieve the best which will benefit to the society, because ultimately we are working for society and we are generating and we are empowering the students, so that will help to the society in future. So I would like to start with Professor Pardarshan sir. Over to you.
Well, good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel discussion. And this is a very interesting area which needs our attention, developing the higher education ecosystems according to the stakeholder expectations. So, the needs of the society have been evolving, and the expectations of the industry also have been increasing day by day. And these expectations of the society and the industry, that has led to the evolution of new specializations. It is a long history. If I take an example, at our time we used to study biology. Biology we had only zoology and botany. And then there was chemistry. And then a new department was created, biochemistry. So the era of integration started long ago. And you see, these specializations are evolving due to integration of various disciplines. So there are many such examples, and today we have a large number of specializations. Whether you are in computer science, now how society has been taking care, or how higher education was taking care of that. A specialization came and we created a department of biochemistry, department of biotechnology, department of computer science. We went on creating departments, and again they were disciplines. And disciplines became the barriers also, because I say that I belong to mathematics. I look at it as a mathematician, not according to the society. So that perception is one of the major barriers. So I am also pointing out some challenges here, which we have to overcome. Now, I'll give you an example. When I joined for PhD in 1984. That time people used to do either pure mathematics or pure biology. And my guide was from biomathematics. When I joined for PhD with him, people told me that neither you will be in mathematics, neither you will be in biology. Later on, this specialization went on growing, and today you are bioinformatics, computational biology, and in computational biology or bioinformatics, again, it was integration of informatics with the biology, or in computational science with the biology. And in biology also, number of specializations have come out. There are hundreds of homes now discovered, and there will be hundreds of omics. What will happen to the area? So you require skills of every homes, every omics. And then again, how you are looking at? You are looking at the skills in terms of practical experimentation, or you are looking at the skills in terms of computational science. There are the two different perceptions, and somewhere they have to converge. There is a lot of divergence in that, and this comes as a barrier. Now, earlier it was called as informatics. We used to talk of data mining, then data analytics, and now we are talking about data science. It is coming out, evolving out. So the areas are becoming wider also, and then we are also narrowing down also. So integration is leading to wider specializations as well, and then again the integration is leading to super specializations also. So narrowing down, focused ones. So we have to think of that we should have higher education courses in terms of specializations or super specializations. So we are already having higher education programs on specializations. And today the need of the society is super specialization. And many of the conferences have had a discussion with the people, and there also everyone said that now people are looking for super specializations. So for higher education, we have to identify what could be the super specializations. It could be healthcare, it could be computer science, it could be any engineering, or it could be humanities, social sciences, society, management, any area. What are the super specializations we have to identify this? So that will be focused skill of the super specialization. So first is the skill part. We are going outside the barriers of the disciplines, focusing on the skills, looking at the skills as super specialization. Because in this era of integration, it is leading to automation also. So routine jobs will be over. Routine jobs will be over. You will not get a job. Routine job की जरूरत नहीं है, हमें लोग की जरूरत ही नहीं है. So due to this automation, now who are required? We need experts again, and that experts will be from super specialization. Okay. So due to this AI automation, all these issues are coming up, and therefore the needs of the society, the expectations of the society are changing, and experts will be required who are very skilled in super specialized areas. Now there is a challenge with the super specialization also. It is a high risk, high reward. Risk is also high. You will get a job or not. If that area takes up, then you are a celebrated personality. Otherwise, you are at the bottom. So this is another issue with this idea. Now, how this is being dealt in Western countries? India, we are not able. We are not looking at that aspect. So the question is, what should we start with if we are talking about super specialization? It should be a certificate course, or a diploma course, or a degree course. The issue comes here. So, what you want planned? So, according to NEP, we can have a student entering in the university. If he completes so much time, he gets a certificate. If he completes so much time, he gets a diploma. If he completes so much time, he gets a degree. And he completes so much credits, he gets a post-graduation. So, credit system. So that is another aspect which has to be taken care. So we have to design the courses according to the credit system. In the Western also they have those credit systems. Then in Western countries they take care of specializations or super specializations as majors. They give degree bachelors. Bachelors majors in astrophysics and physics. In mathematics and in mathematics and data science. So these are the two majors. And we had already seen in the past also our students here in MANIT also they used to interact with me, and they did BTech from computer science. They went to US and they again did masters in mathematics and computer science both. They said we require mathematics, even electrical engineering students also. They also contacted me कि हम कौन से सब्जेक्ट ले रहे हैं मैथमेटिक्स के जो हमको इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग में काम आएंगे. They did masters in mathematics as well as electrical engineering. So that is another thing that needs we have to handle this in terms of. Then how we can overcome the discipline barriers. That will be because discipline biases will always be there. So there has to be some mechanism to overcome this. So we have departments here. And then वो हमारा डिपार्टमेंट होगा तो कितनी फैकल्टी आ जाएगी, हमारा लोड इतना होगा तो फैकल्टी कितनी होगी. So many things come up here. So if it is a super specialization, then you will be outside the barrier of discipline. Then we know that this course is to be taught, we need expertise. And according to that, that is to decide. And before deciding this, we have to do the brainstorming on what are the real world problems today and what skills, matching skills are required. So you can search on the net also, a lot of literature is there, real world problems of the millennium is a site. You can get a lot of information about so many things. You can target those skills which is required most in our country or in our region or our industries, whatever our industries, we have to match those skills to them, and then we can finally decide what could be our skill programs. And then in every part of the education program, we should have real world projects. Some real world problems should be in the project, internship project, something like that. So. Although we are talking of higher education, evolving higher education according to the society, but still, I would like to say that technology is developed by the companies, not the education institutions. There are 15 technologies in the market. We cannot have all the technologies in our education institution. So, we are preparing the candidate on that platform from where he can take off. You will go to certain country and company and you will learn that technology and you will solve that problem. So we cannot focus on any technology. That's not possible. Okay, so with this, I would like to conclude that it's a very good effort looking at the transdisciplinary education, and I hope that this will be a very good tool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And very well pointed out by Professor Pardarsini is we need super specialization as well, and there are certain challenges. I am a computer science teacher, so many times it happens some banking company, banking domain jobs are there, and industry is asking students they can go for banking softwares. But the computer science students, what we are having is not knowing about the credit and debit concepts at all, and what banking is. So this stakeholders means the industry, what they are expecting, what students are expecting, what parents are expecting, and what challenges are there. We need to integrate that. Looking at that, we may have a special program or courses to aware the students what is expected. Many of the companies, MNCs now placing or collaborating with the universities and institutes that to run their own program, what specialization they need. And 60 student batch they develop in third and fourth year of engineering, and then ready to deploy manpower, human resource they are getting. That is one of the benefits they are having, right? So there are challenges, some challenges sir highlighted as well. Faculty need to integrate with other streams as well for research, for societal benefit and all. Students' ability for placements, we need to look for how it is going to be accepted by students, because it's a very highly rewarded and high risk that sir pointed out. So we need to think on that, and accordingly faculty members, students, parents and society as industry need to overcome cross the barriers of the disciplines what we are having. Now I will request Sujay Das sir, Professor Sujay sir.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, I am thankful that I have been given this opportunity. As aptly pointed out by Professor Parthasani sir, there are many issues. I would like to but digress from this. Actually, what I am thinking is that we are trying to, I will not say copy, but we are trying to take the system of Western. So there are few aspects which were very old traditional problems that still persist in the Indian society. Like there is a hell of a population explosion. That is obviously that is not in our control. Then next one is, which since long we are talking of, that is academic industry interaction. We suffer there also. Actually what is happening is that, because I am from computer science, so I can talk in those terms, even though we are giving them degree, but what is actually happening in industry, they are not developing from day one. So we have to think on those lines also first. And in that sense, as sir has rightly pointed out, so many technologies have evolved. We cannot train them. But one question is, have we made our students adaptable and dynamic? That is one important. Because adaptability from a computer science angle or any branch angle, what you study, that may not be directly used in industry, but somewhere which old people used to say that you should have a concept. Now, why I am telling this? Because what I am finding is that every now and then universities are opening courses. Just jumping into a course that this is the requirement. I will give you a simple example. That we introduce course. Have we studied that how many takers of that course is there? If I say we don't do it practically. Because as in your introductory remark you also mentioned that if faculty is also having a lot of aspiration. So when aspirations are there, so obviously faculty thinks that this is good, this is a new thing, let us open this. So what is happening is that there is a lot of gap between industry and academics. We are not at all thinking in terms that where my student will be placed. Practically what is happening is getting a white collar job. He is a white collar job. In the sense what? He will do a 9 to 5 job, he will be trained in that discipline or whatever the domain which the company is working with, and he is ready to go with that. But where are his skill sets? Nobody is asking his skill sets. Because he needs to earn bread and butter. Because of that he has to mold himself according to that. Where is his wisdom? That is we are not thinking of. So whenever a course is there, I think before opening any new course, we need to ponder on this aspect that how to make our student dynamic, adaptable and have the power of critical thinking. So if you don't have the power of critical thinking, how you can apply the things? But if you are having these skill sets, that is personal skill sets, then you can use your concepts and go into the industry. Because super specialization and specialization are as rightly pointed out. So we cannot train them in every aspect. So what is that which is missing? That has to be thought first. This is my perception. And then we have to build a thing. See, government has brought NEP. I'll give you a simple example. What is happening in universities? Student is coming, he is not at all aware that what subject is what for. Somewhere I have heard which is a sarcasm, in the sense that means policy is very good, but implementation has to be very strong. That is, a degree student takes psychology, Sanskrit. I'll give you a simple example, and he takes maths. Where is the employability of that? He will again go for a BSc, UPSC. Similarly, in engineering side, if you look at it, if he is a mechanical engineer, then is he perfect with mechanical engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering? Because down the line, 10 years, we may have problem. I'm just viewing from this perspective. Everybody is going into IT sector. Where are the good skills? Who will be able to handle this? Our power grids, this dams. Where are those people? And the automation is taking place. So there is another challenge of that. What about automation? Because people are telling AI will replace everything. Apparently it looks to be. Apparently right now it looks to be. But is it so? That means what? There is a paradigm shift. What is that paradigm shift? Paradigm shift is more toward critical analysis, critical thinking. The things which we used to think that we will have to make it, they are not there. What new innovative can be done with those things now has to be thought of. That means there has to be a portion of research component, which sir has said. So we cannot go with all technologies, but maybe we can do one thing. Basics are very strong, and then we float all these super specialization course for 6 months for a period of time. So, and let faculty not teach that, I tell you. Let the industry is invited, and a good harmony has to be established. But how we do? So many universities, that is the population is a big problem. So how to get into that? So a 6 months person will come. Even if we say practical, let us be practical. We say students will go for internship. They are not getting internship. Because so many students are there. That becomes a liability to the industry. So what has to be done? Nobody is thinking of that. We are putting those, we are telling internship, the student will do. I give a simple example. Industry people, they cannot give internship to their own wards. Because industry said, no, your ward, you will not join this company right now because you are serving this company. So they come, and these are some of the very practical problems. So when we are devising the things, we have to think on this, and maybe a gradual implementation is a good idea. Instead of going with a very bang sort of thing, instead of that, gradually we have to, and there has to be, because you people are new universities, well-established university, having such a good conference which has been thought of, it has to be appreciated a lot. So you need to do first step to take an initiative that establish an industry contact first, instead of opening courses. Don't open courses. When you have established industry, so he will be icing over the cake. Cake are the faculty members. Icing over that cake has to come from the industry. And whether you are, one more last but not the least, I would like to put, are you developing human resources which will be serving society, or you are developing researchers? There are two very different aspects. Earlier NITs were for employment, not for research. IITs were for research. I am from NIT background, so I am not ashamed of telling this thing. But putting research quotient in every angle, is it so? You have to think. So research quotient will be, maybe you can do in your system that pick up few students who are of research bent. That means our degree course has to be devised like that, that who are into research bent, goes for research, who are having the aptitude of serving the society, goes into that. And then there should not be any comparison between the two, because both are apple and oranges. You should not compare apple and oranges. So maybe some good quality student can go into research, then you open your degree like that. So he can pursue. See, these are telling things are very good, but how to implement is a very challenging. Then maybe out of 60, only 10 are into having a research aptitude. Take them to the research work. Why not pushing the 50 ones? Ask the 50 to go into that. So if, because you as a university, you can do it that because you people are thinking of that, maybe an industrial cell has to be there, which was there every time. It was there, but maybe that should be more operation. That's it. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Dr. Sanjay mentioned that we have different challenges in terms of population, in terms of industry, academia, collaborations, and aptitude or what students are looking for, either to go for research or to go for employability or to go for any other stream. That also we need to think of as a university, as a stakeholder. We cannot make compulsion students that we are the research university, so you need to go for the research, or we are giving the good placement, so you need to go for that. Not like that. Attitude of the students and what they are looking for, what is their passion, and of course passion will follow the progress, so this will happen. The courses and internships are again a problem. Making internships compulsory created a different problem in the society, and whether our students, our faculty research is serving the problem of the society or not, or our theses are there in the library only, where they are applicable, what is their applicability, is it useful to the society, whether industry is following that. Many researchers are doing that research which is applicable to the industry. They are taking that. Some startups, some patents, we are implementing that, which are commercialized as well. So like that, our researchers, our thesis, our students need to evolve. They need to think in that way, and making with the industry and university collaboration. Maybe internships can be given, and in-house products for the institutes, in-house products for the universities we can go for. That is also an alternative option we can think of. Many of the applications or students' ideas can be converted into startups. That is also possible. So there are challenges and there are benefits of this area. Now I will move to Taruna, Dr. Taruna from Bhopal University. And over to you.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you. Due to your invitation only, I got here again Pardasani sir's mesmerizing session, and then Sujay sir. It is always a blessing to hear from him, to get a teaching class from him. So thank you. After the seniors, I would like to start with, I heard somewhere in Mr. Nadela's discussion with Nandan Ketanji, which is the yearly process now. He said every year Microsoft leader Bill Gates take a meeting of his employees, and he talks of Moore's law and always shows that empty gap, and he says fill this with software. Like we do still have chance to fill, to develop, to research. So this Moore's law is basically, it's not the law of physics, but it says every 2 years the number of transistor components in a device would be reduced, would be doubled, and therefore the size compactness will be reduced. So it means the development is going so fast, and where we were talking about transistors, now it is replaced by software's AI. Okay, so for as we are discussing this transdisciplinary education and its prospects, so first of all we have to see 2 points. First, what are the drivers behind to look for this purpose? Second, who are the stakeholders to derive this? And then only we can design the strategy to open any course, any proposal, any institutional guideline. So first, what are the drivers that we have to think of? And I have written some points on this. First is the globalization, we all know. As the education has become global, employability has become global, we have to think that way. So this first driver is our students should be global citizen, and therefore we have that it should be, yes, super specialization is one thing, industry involvement is one thing. So students should be industry ready, the global ready, and we should adapt to the new companies, new jobs. And we do know at present moment, more than 60% students do not know in which field they are going to be employed. 2 years after today, we don't know what kind of jobs are coming into existence. So, in digitalization, everything is getting digitalized, everything is getting replaced with AI. Students are using ChatGPT, faculty members are using ChatGPT. So things are changing. Then policy and regularizations. We know MEP, we know Industry 4, and then the government's policies are going to be implemented. Like we all have pressure of NBA and NEC. So that is to be thought of. Then QS ranking, globalization we are talking of, QS ranking is there. So all these are there to play the key role while we are planning of this transdisciplinary education. And fourth one is this Industry 4, which is implemented in 2016, which is about the digitalization AI again. This we have to think very sharp. Like one example is EV. EV, we are listening to very much attractive term, but there once you go into the industry you find there is a multiple disciplinary research going on that. First, yes, mechanical, automobile, electrical, electronics, then computer. So we have to make students that ready for super specialization, as you said, or multidisciplinary specialization you said. Then is sustainability. One must point globally is sustainability. Human sustainability, resource sustainability, green energy. We are talking of SDGs again and again. SDG 17, everywhere we have to go for. So that also has to be taken care of. Whenever we talk of EVs or wind turbine, I always think, where will the garbage go? कहाँ जाएगी ये बैटरी, कहाँ जाएगी इतनी सारी कारें, कहाँ जाएगी वो विंड ब्लेड और कहाँ जाएंगे वो सोलर सेल्स? हर एक का लाइफ है, किसी का लाइफ स्पान 25 साल है, किसी का 15 साल, किसी का 50 साल. कहाँ डंप करेंगे हम इन सबको? So sustainability is another aspect before going into this run for the research and this kind of innovations. So there also we have to think about before planning about the students' overall development. We have to work on that also. Then is research and innovation. Yes. At the moment, what we find, universities are competing, whether it is about admission, whether it is about research grants, whether it is about patent, whether it is about faculty qualifications, or package for students placed with companies. Why can't we collaborate in place of becoming competitive? All of us can work together. University can collaborate, they can collaborate with industry,
they can collaborate and work on PPP system. So that is for overall growth of the student and finally to the society. So these are the drivers which are insisting us on planning the things, how to get them implemented and imposed. Secondly, who are these stakeholders? We repeatedly talk about. So stakeholders are first of all our students, then faculty members, then the society, the industry, and then globalization that is leading to the sustainability. So society is one of the reasons behind planning any policy which should be successfully implemented. Because finally we are working for society, for the globe. So these are the stakeholders. इन सब की requirements को हमें ध्यान में रखना है. Students को क्या चाहिए? Faculty को कैसे modify करना अपना pattern? Then industry needs what kind of student trained people, professionals. In society, how we can work in a good direction or right direction for them. So these are the stakeholders जिनका contribution भी चाहिए और जिनकी expectation भी हमें match करनी है. So these two drivers and stakeholders will give us the line of action how to implement and plan the strategy. So strategy we will, I would say, first is through curriculum innovation, as sir have talked about. It should be flexible, it should be industry ready. So curriculum is skill oriented, it should be. See, we have to make students get trained this way. They will always learn, they will always try to cope with the industry, because we are not going to make them industry ready, but we can make them skill ready, that they can adapt to the new technologies immediately as they face it. Then technology integration. Like for faculty, we have to take the support of AI to save our energy. They should know to be AI proof too. Once they use it, and how to control that themselves not to use it. So they can question AI, where it is wrong, why is this answer, why is this direction. So they should be AI proof too. So that is the one point. Then we are having industry linkages, as Sujoda sir said. We should give industry an entry to make students trained on the specialization points. So that is also, we have to thoroughly plan into our curriculum where the industry should take over to get them ready. Then faculty empowerment. Faculty, once upon the time, one degree was there, then one result was there, things were done. The whole career 35-40 years could pass. But now, as we see, many of our seniors, many of our colleagues, they learn day to day. Like we also, during COVID, we have learned a lot, and therefore we are now capable of working on AI too. Many of us, right, most of us are working. They are taking part. So this is what faculty empowerment is to be done. They should be ready to learn day by day. Then there's students-centric pedagogy, which should be there. We have to go first, right from the syllabus, then industry interaction, then use of new technologies, that should also be there. And last point, alumni engagement is a must.
students new courses, new programs, new age technologies we are introducing. But really our faculty members are ready to deliver that, to adopt that, and whether our students really look forward to get the knowledge and the base what we are providing. Alumni connections are also important aspect in higher education, that we need to connect with our alumni, and many of the alumni can help us for the new technologies, new age softwares or languages or development platforms what we are looking for. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your enlightening thoughts on the topic. Now I will move to Dr. Amit Bhagat sir, is Associate Professor at MANIT. Over to you.
Thanks so much. In this regard, which is a student. So today, what is happening? Like I have a daughter, she is in 10th. So actually, yesterday we were having a discussion with one of our dean ma'am, and very rightly she said that right from the very start when we have child, so we start telling that child that either he or she is good in studies or he or she is not good in studies, and he or she need to improve. And if suppose someone is getting very high percentage, so we start telling since the childhood बहुत अच्छा करेगा, और वो बच्चे के साथ वो तैयारी हमेशा चल रही होती है, इसको अच्छा ही करना है. At the time of deciding which field he or she should go, so it's always a collective decision. It's never a decision of that child. It's a collective decision of the family, where we decide कि आपको इसी फील्ड में जाना है क्योंकि आपको आगे चलकर तो बहुत अच्छा जॉब लेना है. So everything is actually based upon that particular job जो उसने पाना है, और उसकी के हिसाब से हम उसकी फील्ड चूज करते हैं, उसके लिए यूनिवर्सिटी चूज करते हैं, और वो बच्चा एक रेस में भागना शुरू कर देता है. और वो वही थॉट प्रोसेस उसके साथ पूरे 4 साल की इंजीनियरिंग में है. उसके बाद उसको अच्छा करना ही है, प्लेसमेंट उसको लेना ही है, क्योंकि उसी से उसका ब्रेड एंड बटर चलना है. But today when we are talking about this transdisciplinary, so it's a very big shift, because we need to actually bring change into the mindset of people, mindset of all of us, which is a very difficult and tedious task. So I don't know how you thought is very good, but it's very difficult to implement actually, because today when the fields are fixed, like engineering, medical or commerce, and people are not being able to choose which way to go. So when we say that it's transdisciplinary, you can do anything, whatever you like, but what do I like? This particular question is where right now we are also not being able to answer. Do I really like this field where I am actually working, or by chance I am in this particular field? So that we should design a curriculum in such a manner where after first year a student has a choice that where he would like to go, and within that first year we must have some mechanism where he should be able to actually explore that my interest lies in this particular field. Like right now we are also providing MANIT, like we give some open electives. So it's like you are into the computer science, you can actually take some subject from mechanical. A mechanical student may take a course from CSC department. So that is an open elective. But again, your route is mechanical only. Additionally, you are taking a subject. On the other hand, there are some universities which are actually providing it as a major. As Sir has said that they have a particular degree but major in this particular thing or major in that. On the other hand, with respect to this transdisciplinary, we need to have a person who is holistic in nature, who actually knows various things, but it's very difficult to implement. अगर हम 4 साल में बीटेक पढ़ा रहे हैं CSC, और उसमें भी इतने सब्जेक्ट्स होते हैं कि हमें लगता है इतने सब्जेक्ट पढ़ेगा तभी उसे CSC समझ में आएगा, तो हम चाहते हैं कि हम 4 साल में उसे सब कुछ पढ़ा दें. तो वो कैसे होगा, सोचना है थोड़ा. तो what I feel that we should actually go with reverse engineering, कि हमारा फाइनल आउटपुट क्या, आउटकम हम क्या चाह रहे हैं, हम उस बच्चे को क्या बनाना चाह रहे हैं, और वहां से हम रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग करें कि ये बनाने के लिए या बनने के लिए, इस तरीके की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए क्या क्या स्किल सेट उसे चाहिए, और वो स्किल सेट वो कितने समय में पा सकता है, और फिर हम रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग करते हुए तो शायद हम उस करिकुलम को डिजाइन कर सकते हैं. दिस इज व्हाट आई फील.
Absolutely correct, sir. So, what Bhagat sir highlighted is a major, whether that student, he or she is following their passion of dance, music, arts, culture, drama, sports university, music university, all these things are there. And I remember one of the experts I have heard that earlier
generations, they are struggling for the survival. Students are switching the jobs as an very fast in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, because they don't like the culture of the company, or they don't like their boss, or they don't like whatever the technology they are working for, or they have the repetitive task to do. There is nothing new to learn, and they are not enjoying their job. That's why they are switching the job. So this is what the culture now the new generation is looking for. They are not going to watch 3-hour, 4-hour movies. They are interested in short movies, web series, and roll the screen reels and in 20-30 seconds. So the interest, the paradigm has a lot of change, and really these students are interested and looking for what their passion is. So as a society, as a teacher, our own responsibility is we need to tell our students, we need to tell the next generation what they are looking for. Otherwise, in Pune, Mumbai or metro cities, Monday to Friday, people are working in the IT industry or MNCs, and Saturday, Sunday, they enjoy as weekend and what to do with the life and what is the next future, why we are working and where to spend the money, whatever we are earning. That is again a question mark. So, as a university, as a teacher, as a faculty member, we have the responsibility not to only place the students, not to look for the packages, but what to do with that money, how they can contribute to the society. That also we need to think of. Values, ethics, and peace and spirituality also, that also we need to think of. We need to propagate that. Otherwise, the next generation is oriented towards only packages and companies and getting frustrated, and such that rat race of percentages and which rank college you are getting, creating lot of pressure, creating lot of stress in students, whether they are able to sustain that. If they are not getting a success in JEE or NEET, many alternative approaches are there. They are going for. Many examples we have that after being doctor or after being engineer from the reputed industry, candidates are going for drama, culture and all other things. So that is also we need to think of and propagate to the next generation. Thank you very much, Dr. Amit sir, for your enlightening thoughts. And really we need to think of the universities or institutions where all these aspects needs to be explored, and then student decides what he want to do. Whether that is in 1 year or 4 years of engineering, or in whatever the duration he or she takes to get that skills to follow the passion. We need to think of that. Duration is again the one thing that we need to decide. And as a faculty member, we always think of my department, my workload, my research and my ambitions. So where is the student? That is what the question mark is. Thank you very much. I will move to Dr. Vivek Tiwari sir. Yeah, please.
I am sitting together with my guru, my teachers. Actually, I am the ex-student of this institute. So, with your permission, should I start? Yeah, so all the panelists made my task both easy and challenging. Easy in this sense, like almost everything they have covered. Or challenging means what are the things and left out content I can think about. So even I was getting passed out. Ultimate, if you think in very longer way down the line, maybe 5 to 10 years, we are not coming with a product with technology or solution of the bigger problem. So I may think like one of the solutions of this problem, like we have seen in the Western University, what they are doing, the research is mainly driven by the industry or maybe government, where the problems are predefined. Maybe in bigger aspects, problems are predefined, where they sponsor 20, 30 PhD, maybe postdoc, they can fund for you, but you have to work around their problems. So what happened? Maybe down the line, 4, 5, 6 years, they come up with a solution of the bigger problems. So that is the one way we can think about how our ecosystem, how India can lead to the world, because history says everything. You can think the country who are leading in the research are actually leading in the world. Maybe small country in the size like Israel, Switzerland, Sweden, they are top 5 country in the global innovation index. So in Indian perspective, we have a lot of open problems. If the government think to pump the money to the education system, if industry think to pump the money to the education system, if the problems are predefined in holistic way, maybe the output may be better. In the same line, we cannot say every problem must be defined by industry and the government, because independent scattered research is also important, because otherwise people and the new idea cannot be implemented, they will fear about that we are not able to pick any independent problems. So maybe 40-50% research grant must be for a top-down approach where problems are predefined, you have to come with the solutions, and remaining problems like the independent you can pick and come up with the new options. So that will I keep my point very much brief about that one. So thank you very much to the MIT University, Professor Patel, Professor Basant, sir, to make me available for this discussion. It's really very much great experience for me to be a part of the discussion with my teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your your thoughts on this. Now I have some questions. So if quickly I will go through that, and what is your thought on that? Only that we would like to know. So, Taruna,
whether he goes to skill job or he goes to research. The second key driver is the job market, and job market is at 3 levels now. The first level is the skilled worker job market, and second is the mid level. Mid level job market is basically research, and third level is the management. So we are going for transdisciplinary education. What kind of management skills are required? What kind of research skills are required for mid-level jobs? And at the skill level, what are the skill jobs? So we have these 3 levels for which we have to focus on this. And what he was talking, Dr. Tiwari was talking about research, industry and government. And I put it in the other words that research is now termed as 2 types, basic and applied. The basic research actually goes independently, whereas applied has to go in collaboration. It is predefined problems by the government or industry. And in our country also their problems are coming to the DST, and these funding agencies, they are doing this job, they are collecting all what are the problems of the country and what is required, and they are putting that. So that's another driver, what kind of research we have. Then problem here is the awareness of the student, what Dr. Bhagat has pointed out. A student after coming from 12th, whatever he hears from the people, इसका job market अच्छा है, and he wants to get into computer science first. Earlier he used to look into electronics first and computer science second, now it is computer science first. So these things will go on always. So student doesn't have freedom. What I mean to say, I would like to put in one word, freedom. student gets into MBBS course and later stage it is decided कि वो dental में जाएगा, surgery में जाएगा या heart disease के उसमें जाएगा, specialist में जाएगा, कौन सा student? But in engineering he comes in BTech Computer Science or BTech Electrical or BTech Mechanical. So there should be some freedom that students should not be admitted into any specialized branch. In first year he should come as common. In second or third year he should be able to decide where he wants to go. Till that time he gets mature. So our system has to be such that the student becomes aware, he becomes a little bit mature to take decisions and then he can go into it. So this is the issue of freedom which is not there in our engineering programs. So we have to take care of this issue of freedom. And another basic driver is the contribution of the stakeholders. What Madam was talking about. How much is the contribution of stakeholders and society in our education? And how that can be increased? You see Harvard University almost completely funded by the industry only. And their budget is, education budget, their budget is equal to Indian education budget. So much funding they have, infrastructure they have, they will excel. They have problems from the industry. So that difference will be there. So how we can achieve that? That's again an issue. So the drivers basically, you want to go for higher education, how we can shape? You want to shape it in terms of super specializations. This is one we are looking for. And second, we want to connect it with the industry, produce innovative human resources, give freedom to the student so that he becomes aware. And this is all
We have how the students' expectations of higher education changed in last decade. Now, the question came because everyone only goes for package and the company and the brand. So, why this shift and how we can tell or motivate the students not to go for only package or the MNCs, what we can go for it, how we can do that.
Even the first try also.
Can you just put your question again so that
Yes, so how the students' expectations of higher education changed in last decade. We have students' paradigm shift in last one decade back. Students are only looking for package, only for a company, and not ready to go for only learning aspect, that we need to learn something. If they gather the skills, they will get good package and good company, good job. But instead of that, students are only motivated for package. That is what paradigm shift we are having. So, what's your thought on this?
Students move toward the package, definitely. But now they are moving toward the so many startups and doing some innovative work. But basically, the need of money is important. So the parents and everyone move toward the package. This is the main problem.
Yes, sir, you want to say something?
I would like to share here that I'm also looking after taking placement of my department, and I come across with all students from all the branches. Now, if a company is coming with a package of 6 or 7 lakh, so CSC students will not apply in that. Even if they apply initially, they won't be appearing for they won't be attending the PPT. Now, the company comes with the expectation that 250 students has got enrolled. The moment company comes here, hardly 50 students are there in the hall. Then the company starts वही सब का दिमाग खराब होना शुरू हो जाता है कि कितने बच्चे थे, सिर्फ 50 ही आए। उन 50 में से भी फिर बच्चे एट द टाइम ऑफ इंटरव्यू, लाइक वो OA तो चला जाता, OA क्लियर कर लिया बच्चे ने, एट द टाइम ऑफ इंटरव्यू ही सेज लाइक देयर इज अ कंपनी, नाम नहीं लूंगा उसका, तो वो बच्चा इंटरव्यू में जाकर के उस HR से कह रहा है आपकी कंपनी तो गैम्बलिंग करवाती है, मैं इस कंपनी में क्यों ज्वाइन करूँ? जो आजकल ये सर्कल गैम्बलिंग टाइप की जो कंपनीज है, तो वो HR से भी एक स्टूडेंट को लेके गया, इतने सारे बच्चे, क्योंकि नाउ द पॉइंट इज कि ये दोनों साइड दुधारी तलवार है कि स्टूडेंट को पैकेज नहीं मिल रहा है और उसे बहुत अच्छा पैकेज चाहिए, दूसरी तरफ एक चॉइस भी है और दूसरा एक अलग तरीके का माइंडसेट भी है जो शायद कोविड के बाद ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है कि जहाँ वो बच्चा एंड पे जाकर के भी सारी चीज़ों को खराब करने के लिए तैयार है, क्योंकि या तो उसका काम भी तैयार होगा और वहाँ को ये रेडी नहीं है कि वो दूसरे बच्चों के बारे में सोचे कि यार अगर मुझे जॉब लेना ही नहीं था तो इस स्टेज तक आता ही नहीं, किसी दूसरे को जॉब मिल जाता जो नीडी था। तो आज की तारीख में ये ना कि पैकेज बहुत बड़ा कंस्ट्रेंट है, मुझे छोटे पे तो जाना ही नहीं है, मुझे बड़ा ही चाहिए, और हम अपने आप को इवैल्यूएट ही नहीं कर रहे कि एक्चुअली हम फॉल करते कहाँ हैं। ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि हर बच्चे को 20 लाख और 30 लाख का ही पैकेज मिले, किसी को 5 लाख से भी शुरुआत करनी पड़ेगी, और वो 5 लाख का भी सोचने की तैयारी नहीं, बच्चे को ऐसा लगता है कि नहीं मैं तो NIT आया हूँ तो मैं तो इतना डिजर्व करता है, ऐसा है।
Absolutely. So, ranking institutes and fees, what they are paying, and societal pressure, parents' pressure, all these things, students are looking for the better package only, not to learn the concepts or not to have the knowledge or what skills we have, and we can improve that. That needs to be incorporated.
This issues of the, I would like to say, is the issues related to vision of the student.
Yeah.
Okay. More innovative ways, more competent ways, his vision is more important. तो जितना हम अपने ह्यूमन रिसोर्स को इनोवेटिव बनाएंगे, कॉम्पिटेंट बनाएंगे, वो उसका सोचने का दायरा भी इतना बड़ा होता है। तो ये आपके प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व।
Next one, in what ways can universities balance the academic rigor and employability focused training? So,
What question?
in what ways can universities balance academic rigor and employability focused training? So, we need to give the basics as well and need to have employable human resource that we need to balance. Otherwise, if only plain mathematics or plain computer science we are teaching, they are not employable, and only application oriented if we are giving, they are not going to perform well in the industry. So how we can balance this?
How we can balance the academic rigor and employment?
Employability focused training.
Then by linking them, you can provide a link between the academic rigor and employment, whatever technology is there. And if the student has that concept, thinking of both.
Because right now what happens is many institutions, many universities are providing very specialized AI, ML, data science courses, blockchain, cybersecurity, cloud.
Yes.
And many of the core computer science or core subjects, mathematical rigor required for that specialization, which was missing. Then how students that
So I can link my computer science to the banking operation.
absolutely.
I can give some case study. Then he realizes his value. So I have to make the student to realize his value of this academic rigor in the industry. That's the linkage we need to provide by teaching. If that can be done,
Yes.
we are talking about transdisciplinary now.
Yes.
That is what you are going to do now.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, so this like I have a view. It's my experience only. So when I was joined IIT Nair in 2016, I was the first faculty in computer science. So we had given a task to design a curriculum. Okay. So we have visited multiple times in IIT Gandhinagar. So at that time, they were working skill first, theory later, project integrated. So the problem, why they have adopted, we totally adopted that idea. We have designed our curriculum in our that institute, and we have seen what the problem they were trying to solve. Normally what happened in the education system, we give a lot of focus on the theory. First we teach the theory a lot, then we ask the student to go and do some practicals. So the problems comes with the motivation, interest, and in many ways student doesn't feel much interested to go with that level. So what they have started to first give the experience, the student about the skill, about the product, let them use the technology, let them use the things around that, maybe operating system, maybe DBMS, whatever the things, robot, many things, they let them use. Later go with the theory, because what happened once they have started to use the things, they have a curiosity to know what are the idea behind that, what are the components are working behind that. So, and sir is rightly said, we should not look the project as a part of last semester, 6th semester or 8th semester. Whatever the students are doing from the 2nd, 3rd semester, the project should be integrated to this learning process. Maybe small problems, so that whatever to the theory idea he has learned and during the practical, they start making some projects, small projects. So here I feel that this idea may be useful for the student, make employable once they pass out from their degree. Thank you.
Absolutely. So integration is more important than yeah. So if they are experiencing first and then learning theory, then that will be a good one.
I would like to share one similar instance what he has shared.
Yes, sir.
In Triple IT Gwalior only, first director was Dr. D.K. He invited us for curriculum development for a particular course. And what I found that it took full day to design the whole curriculum. And on each and every component there was a separate session. We had a lunch again in the afternoon. And we went on linking everything with the market. Inside the curriculum. Today we have the board of studies, 1 hour, 2 hours, subject decide ho gaya, topics ho gaye, khatam ho gaya. Where, how will you link it? How you will integrate with the job market that's on post?
Yeah, yes.
So this is what is there, we have to do it at the type of curriculum.
Curriculum design is very much important. So
Integration.
very much true, because in sports we don't teach theory first. We ask the students to play and then we try to improve. So absolutely, yeah. तो पहले ही बोला बैट कैसे पकड़ना है तो क्रिकेट खेलना ही छोड़ देगा भाई, इतना देरी इतना पोस्टर आउट. Absolutely, sir. What new role should faculty play as technology takes on more teaching functions? Means related to AI or technologies we have. So, what new roles should faculty play as technology takes on more teaching functions? Madam, please.
Traditionally, whatever we are teaching, now the things are changed. So AI has now pivotal role. So again, we have to focus on our expertise so that AI should not overload. So we should go for human characteristics, right? We should think critical thinking, empathy, ethics, and then the teamwork, which AI can never do. So we have to change our paradigm from traditional teaching with the inclusive human characteristics inculcated in students as well as their own teaching. Then we have to teach long-time learning mindset. As I said earlier, all time we have to be ready for learning new things, new ideas, new technologies. Then collaborate with the peers. as teachers, we have to collaborate with peers with AI as well. At times, AI should be your assistant, at times it should be your partner, but it should not supersede you. You have to exploit it to maximize utilization from its techniques. Then we have to adopt. Instead of fearing the change, we have to learn flexibility in our routine work. So that would be what will again take us at front and will lead us to the success.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is, what are the risks of over-commercialization of higher education? So, many government institutions now they are charging very high fees as well. And how can they be managed? Means over-commercialization affecting academics, research. How to manage that? What are the risks behind that over-commercialization?
My take is it will keep many talents away from the original research or industrial things, because again your financial hurdles would be there. So there should be some specific scholarships which are expected from alumni or the industry, which are trying to develop some new application. We need the specific developments in their own products. So that will lead to involve the students from a below financial category, we can say. So involvement from all kind of headers of the student or society will be there if we go for specific funding agencies being involved in education for in commercialized way. So that is one point. Or otherwise, institute itself can always goes with these scholarships. That is the only funding technique which will include the talent as well, apart from the financially well-off people.
Absolutely. So Sujay sir said we have population as a very bigger problem in India, and due to that over-commercialization again came into the picture, where it is from now pre-primary education schools are charging very high, higher education again they are charging very high. So meritorious students, where they should go, that is what the question comes into the picture. So we need to have a balance of that. The next question is, how should the assessment and accreditation systems adapt to support micro-credentials of lifelong learning? So from last decade, accreditation agencies and evaluation, ranking framework and international ranking, all this data-oriented paradigm has changed the mindset of the institutions, universities and all. So instead of delivering teaching learning mechanisms, new pedagogies or evaluation systems, we are running behind the data and the numbers and that rat race, where students looking for the package and institutes and universities looking for the ranking. So this collaboration, how integration and how to adapt this new mechanism where we can balance all these things. So lifelong learning, ethics, values for students, how is that any parameter we have in assessments or ranking? So what is your thought on this, sir?
I'll share one instance. When I was in 2000 at MBA Gurgaon, there was a debate in our institute that whether we should go by accreditation by AICT or not. So all the faculty said that MBA is a brand name. We don't need certification from AICT. the drawbacks. So once you have come in the market and you have become a brand name, you do not require any accreditation or assessment system. And you build your own assessment system so strong that you are a brand. If you are producing an innovative human resources, companies are ready to take them. Why we need numbers? If our students are not being taken by the companies, we approach the companies to भैया हमको लेटर दे दो पर्ची तो हम इस पे नंबर दिखा. This is what is happening. We are running behind the numbers. So if we can focus on our curriculum and if we have focus on producing competitive and innovative human resources, we can come out of this situation. You don't need any accreditation.
Yes. So, manipulation of data and all that part will go out of the system. Yeah.
Instead of focusing on curriculum, we are focusing now on
Numbers.
manipulation data.
And many faculty members are busy.
Faculty members जिनको research करना चाहिए वो बैठ करके ये कर रहे हैं.
Data collection of the data.
आप देखिए वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में यूएस में faculty members copies भी check नहीं करते थे. आप teaching assistants to हमारे यहाँ तो copy check करवाते हैं बैठ करके. वो research कब करेगा? वो तो उनका आउटपुट हमसे अच्छा क्यों है? They get time for it. And the research जो होती है वो होती है free environment. कोई pressure नहीं होता. वो प्रेशर नहीं है.
Yes.
और हमारे यहाँ क्या आप प्रेशर आ गए आपको प्रोड्यूस करना है तो प्रोडक्शन करना है तो फिर नंबर्स के पीछे तो अपना मैनिपुलेशन हो रहा है. So freedom is required. So you have to know this only and same time the teaching load has to be
Yes.
now in universities they are giving 4 courses to every faculty in a semester. 2 courses is enough.
Absolutely.
You give them time for research. Read them of the clerical work. So innovativeness to IIT. You will do the justice to the teaching if you will give him less book. वो पढ़ के आएगा पढ़ाएगा innovative होगा faculty innovative होगी. लेकिन उसको ला देंगे तो faculty innovative कहाँ से होगी? So it is a system which has to be.
True. So the next question comes: how the universities maintain global competitiveness while serving local community needs? So our local problems are different, and global competitiveness having very disparate. So we need to serve for the society at local level, and we need to go for the global competitiveness as well. So how we can achieve that?
See, there are many things common in that. Local and global, there will be some common things. Those has to be very strong. Then you have to diversify. You can focus on the common things first. Then you diversify.
So what expectations do government have from higher education, and how can institutions respond effectively? Our governance system, what they are expecting from institutions. As universities or institutions, we expect fundings for research, we expect scholarship for brighter students. Now, as a government, what their expectation should be? Yes, ma'am.
See, finally, what we are doing, we are universities, we are preparing students for betterment of society. This is what government is expecting from us. As Sir said, I am fully convinced that we should not go for race of accreditation. At the same time, we should think about the policy makers who are sitting on the top level, who are preparing the policies, who are preparing the points for qualifying for accreditation grade. So why can't we do honestly the work on that? Now हमारे पास 7 point criteria in that है. 7 point is best practices. Second point is faculty development. Third is students development. Why don't we actually work on those points? get them done. Second point कि जो हम 5 वर्ड की बात कर रहे हैं कि हमारे फैकल्टी ना करें, हम जिस चीज को इग्नोर करते हैं हर यूनिवर्सिटी में, सेकेंड लेयर जो है फैकल्टी के नीचे वाली, चाहे वो टेक्निकल स्टाफ हो चाहे क्लरिकल स्टाफ, they should be smart enough to work on that. जैसे हम फैकल्टी के लिए टीचिंग असिस्टेंट्स की बात बार बार करते हैं कि वो इवैल्यूएशन कर देंगे, वो are teaching assistant, those are senior students, those are senior students basically, जो टीचिंग असिस्टेंट्स हैं वो सीनियर स्टूडेंट्स हैं, वो आर इवैल्यूएटिंग जूनियर स्टूडेंट्स वर्क, राइट? तो वो तो एक लेयर है जो कि टीचर्स का लोड कम कर रही है और रिसर्च टीचर्स, पर जो सिस्टम में डाटा एंट्री करनी है, व्हाई टीचर्स आर डूइंग, कंपाइल क्यों कर रहे हैं एग्जाम रिजल्ट्स? तो हम जब एक यूनिवर्सिटी के एस्टैब्लिशमेंट की बात करते हैं तो उसमें जो एम्प्लॉइज हैं, वो जो सेकेंड लेयर है और थर्ड लेयर है, उनकी एक्सपर्टीज और क्वालिफिकेशन पर क्यों नहीं हम काम करते? That will offload the teachers, they will get ample time for research, plus authenticity of the work or data can be done when we talk on real ground level. Best practices हम क्यों डालते हैं झूठी तस्वीरें ग्रीन कैंपस की? हम क्यों नहीं एक्चुअली ग्रीन कैंपस बनाते हैं? क्यों नहीं सोप पिट्स प्रिपेयर करते हैं? क्यों नहीं हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के प्रॉपर यूजेज के बारे में बताते हैं, हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सेव नहीं करते, हम सोलर प्लांट्स को प्रॉपर्ली यूटिलाइज नहीं करते? सो बेसिकली recently we have done this for that. Whatever data was there, we presented that only. We got A, not A plus grade, but it's sufficient. तो जो हम परचेज करना चाहते हैं बेस्ड ऑन डाटा मैनिपुलेशन, वो तो हमारी फ्लॉ है ना। पॉलिसी मेकर्स ने तो पॉलिसी अच्छी बनाई थी, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं हो रहा, तो हमें इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पर काम करना है।
Absolutely true. So, if we are working on ground, then paperwork will be automatically generated, and faculty members may be getting time for research in that. In the same line, what I will say, policy makers are doing good things. For example, if we are going for a brand, it is having some cost because they follow the norms, they follow the implemented whatever the paper policies are there. So they are producing less waste, and which is more sustainable. Whereas if we are going for local things, then they are generating more pollution, they are not sustainable, and the cost is less. So we need to think on that, how and what we are adopting. So thank you very much for your thoughts and time for this session, and I thank Professor Pardarshini, Taruna ma'am, Sujay sir, Dr. Amit, Dr. Vivek for your insightful thoughts. I will request to felicitate Basant sir, all the panelists. we will conclude. This is the conclusion of the first session. We should take 5 minutes break, Amit sir? Yeah. Okay, 5 minutes break, and then we will continue with the second session. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, second session. Second session is on transdisciplinary curriculum development and pedagogy, which is going to be moderated by Dr. Basant Tiwari, and we have panelists for second session, Dr. Jitendra Agrawal, Mr. Amit Srivastava, Raghavendra Kejlesar, and Dr. Surendra Singh Kushwaha. Thank you very much.
Transdisciplinary curriculum development and pedagogy. For this session, I am inviting Dr. Raghavendra Kejlesar. Please come forward. Please come forward. Namita ma'am is here. Join us within. And strike is Swami. This is strike. Please. Curriculum development and pedagogy. So when we are talking about transdisciplinary curriculum development and pedagogy, for this, as we discussed, the discussion involved in this transdisciplinary education. So what should be the curriculum for that? Like what should be the structure of that, and what pedagogy we should follow, so that student can learn the things in that transdisciplinary areas. For example, we can say climate change. So we can say climate change is not only about the environmental science. It involves economics, it involves politics, include technology. Same if we are talking about healthcare, right? Healthcare challenge. For example, COVID-19. It is not just about the medicine or we can say the medical science, right? So it also includes the data science for tracking, right? Engineering for, or we can say mechanical engineering for ventilators, then psychology to manage fears and behaviors. So here there is not only a single stream that we are focusing. So for this kind of scenario where transdisciplinary curriculum we have to develop. So what should be the pathway to develop that curriculum, and what should be the pedagogy that should be followed. So when we are talking about this scenario, here we have a big challenge. How do we design the courses that bring different fields together and still we keep them meaningful? What kind of teaching methodology really work in such classroom? That is the pedagogy. Either group project we should take case studies or something new, what we should follow. And how do we grade fairly when students are mixing so many subjects? So that is also a very big challenge, how you can grade the grades. So today's our panel comes from a different area like IT, we have engineers, mathematicians, we have some person from education department, so they will give us their insights. So let me now invite our first panelist, Namita ma'am, to start this conversation. Please ma'am, over to you please.
So thank you for inviting me. Basically, gone are the days when electrical engineer used to study only electrical, mechanical engineer mechanical, civil engineer only construction, only civil. So today we have to change the scenario. Totally, scenario has changed. It is not necessary that an electrical engineer with networking and all, they can pass on and get whatever they want to do. They want to research or they want to go for job, they can get good jobs. Same is the case with all other branches of engineering. And same is the case with other streams also. If today the need is not there कि AIMS will provide only doctors, MANIT will provide only engineers. They have to integrate and come up with courses which can be taught by both the institutes. That is, there is biomedical engineering. That is taught only by engineering institutes. We should come up with the topics or courses which should be, some of the courses should be taught by the doctors. They will come and integrate with the students so that they develop something क्योंकि I don't think only doctors can develop everything. अगर इंस्ट्रूमेंट डेवलप करना है, हर चीज डेवलप करना है, they require engineers to develop it. So that type of courses, बहुत सारी चीजें जो हैं doctors will not know how to do, engineers will know. And there are many things which engineers will not know, doctors will know. So if both of them integrate, then course will be transdisciplinary. एक तो तरीका यह है कि इलेक्ट्रिकल मैकेनिकल मिलके बना है, एक तरीका यह है इंस्टीट्यूट्स मिलके बना है, and that is the case not only with the engineering and medical, it can be the case with arts also. As sir was telling, कि engineering students don't know what is credit debit. तो अगर उसको इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ाया गया, तो they will know. So that type of course should be designed so that the person who is studying comes up with holistic knowledge, not only in one direction. There was time earlier when we used to say that main branches of engineering are civil, mechanical, electrical. After that, from that first electronics developed, and from electronics CSE developed. आज की डेट में भी there is a saying, one can learn CS, computer science any time in life. But if he has not studied civil, electrical, mechanical, he won't be able to develop it any time. तो इसलिए इस तरह के courses होने चाहिए कि although today the students mostly of core branches are also going for IT sectors because of job. Not a job, they are getting good salaries. Because of that they are going there. So side by side they are learning somehow coding or some languages and everything. So why should we not integrate these courses? As we can integrate, as we are in, if I talk about my department itself, earlier we used to teach only mathematics. Today we are teaching mathematics and data science. So, and today the need of industry is also that. Earlier there was a case when either the people were knowing maths or they were knowing only computer. Today, if we develop the student as both, he will be more useful to industry. So that type of courses should be developed. फिर एक और चीज है कि we should not force. In the earlier discussion, it was talked many times कि we are forcing the students to do something. हम लोग को कोर्स ऐसा डिजाइन करना चाहिए. If he is studying, say mechanical engineering, some credit should be there. It is compulsory for him to take those courses which are very compulsory for the mechanical engineer to know. Then he can decide on his hobbies. ऐसा कोई जरूरी नहीं. He can take computer courses, he can take photography, he can take movie making. All those courses should also be there because engineer बनने तो इसलिए आ गया है क्योंकि parents ने बोला this is the thing you should do so that you get good job. तो because of that, yes, come here. अब उसको अपना explore भी करने दें. If he is interested in movie making, if you want to do direction, he can be taught that. That also as a minor. जाएगा वो electrical engineer और mechanical engineer बनके, लेकिन साथ में ये भी सीख के. तो अभी क्या हो रहा है? At present, whoever is leaving and going for film industry direction or acting or anything, they are living in middle. They are not competing. जैसे सबसे अच्छा केस तो सुशांत सिंह राजपूत के गया. He got 6th rank in JEE mains, JEE advanced, and he opted for after 3rd year he left to develop his passion. So that case should not be there. Line should be clear, open in all directions. बच्चे स्पोर्ट्स में आते हैं. After 9th class बच्चों को बोल दिया जाता है बेटा बहुत हो गया, आप थोड़ा पढ़ाई कर लो. So after coming to institute, they can develop that also. That course also should be a credit course so that he can develop that. That type of interdisciplinary courses are required at present. If we force on our students, no, you have to do this, you have to, so many times what is happening in most of the institutes, many institutes, they are facing suicide cases, which is very bad for an institute. To come out of that institute itself takes years, कि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में ऐसा हो गया था. बहुत सारे केसेस में यही होता है कि स्टूडेंट्स कम आफ्टर जेई एडवांस और जेई मेंस and then they are not able to see कि what to do. They are not interested in studies. तो अगर थोड़ा सा we change our scenario from this side, yes, you are free. And it is not necessary that you take all the courses. It is compulsory that you take 5 courses in the first year, 6 courses in second year, second semester wise it is. अपनी टेस्ट से चलने दो उसको. He should be given a flexible credit system. कि flexibility should be there. कि भाई हमसे नहीं हो रहे हैं 5 courses, हम 4 ही पढ़ेंगे. हम अगली बार कर लेंगे. That should be there. So if we think in that type of direction, I think innovation will come. और एक और चीज, we should not force students कि you have to go to industry or you have to go to research or this or that. It should not be there. It should be their choice. As if we from second year onwards, if we ask them to develop projects, if they are interested in research, they will develop themselves in the research area. If they are interested in projects or they want to become entrepreneurs, they will develop their project in that direction. So that freedom should be given to a student. Whatever you want to do, you do. ठीक है, हम credit cases form में देंगे, लेकिन he will be open to explore. ऐसा नहीं कि हम मेरा ये एरिया है, मैं इसी एरिया में रिसर्च कराते हैं, तो बस बेटा तुम तो यही कर लो. It should not be that. I've seen the students from my department itself. Even BTech students are publishing. आजकल वो चल गया ना SCI journal papers they are publishing, and they are applying for patents. Why? Because they are innovative. They are interested in that. Maybe they are not toppers in the class. No one is topper. All those who have got these research SCI journal papers or patent, they have applied. They are not toppers, but they are doing well. And whole thing, what should be taken care of? It should be a holistic development. As a नहीं कि हम केवल पढ़ाया जा रहा है. It should be personality development. Because during the school days, a lot of discipline and everything is there. यहाँ पे आने के बाद ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि they are free. Whatever you want to do. They should be guided in a proper way. That is very important. So all courses, whatever course we develop, we should integrate all departments. Or inter-institute development also should be there. We can integrate with the science colleges, we can integrate with medical colleges, pharmacy colleges, chemistry पढ़ रहे हैं, chemical engineer पढ़ रहे हैं, they can go for pharmacy also. So that type of courses should be designed. So that is what I think should be there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So as we are moving from discipline to multidisciplinary to transdisciplinary specific, as Madam said, if you want to design the curriculum, then we must have to engage multidisciplinary faculties.
Yes.
So faculty should be engaged, that is from the multiple disciplines. And industry-driven curriculum should be there. And industry-driven curriculum must also be thought of from not only from the faculty side, from the industry persons also should be engaged there. So that the proper curriculum belongs to that transdisciplinary education must be there. So we should do that. It's correct, ma'am, as you told that as the society is also increasing in the education in the universities when students are coming. So psychology should be one of the subjects that should be with every discipline, not only for the engineering or not only for the science, not only for the humanity, it should be everywhere.
Yes.
So that also should be one of the subjects that should be included in that. So thank you very much. Now I am moving to Dr. Arvind Kedle for their insight. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon, all of you. Transdisciplinary curriculum and pedagogy it is a very powerful shift in the education. If we move toward the bookish language to the experience learning or project-based learning, then it will be more beneficial to the students. If we prepare lab for the robotics, then first we have to first we will move toward the robotic arm, that is with the mechanical. If we move toward the sensor actuator, then it will be the combination of electronics. And if algorithm and other coding language, then we will move toward the AI. So we can prepare a lab including all three streams. Like we can we can prepare a curriculum like this. There is so many real problems like climate change, health issue, digital fraud, and the most powerful problem, that is flood all over the world. So many problems, but it is not solved by a single person, a single street person. It will be moved toward the so many collaboration of policymakers, different streams, so many NGOs to work on that for that problem. A student, that is the big stakeholder of this. So student को कुछ भी नहीं पता रहता, वो ये सोचता है सबने CS लिया मैं CS ले लूँ, सबने मैकेनिकल लिया मैं मैकेनिकल ले लूँ, सबने EC चल रहा है EC ले लूँ. बट अगर अपन उससे उसकी एक्सपर्टीज पे बात करें या उसका जो इंटरेस्ट है उस पे बात करें, then we will move toward their proper understanding. तो इतनी जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, ये सारी प्रॉब्लम जो मार्केट में है, कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रॉब्लम है, that will be solved with the combination of so many collaborations. अगर इंडस्ट्री का कोलैबोरेशन होगा, एजुकेशन में इतनी मल्टी रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट है उनका कोलैबोरेशन होगा, डिफरेंट स्ट्रीम्स के प्रोफेसर्स को कोलैबोरेशन होगा, then we will move toward the better solution. And उसके लिए मैकेनिकल वाले को मैकेनिकल की बाउंड्रीज को क्रॉस करना पड़ेगा. अभी जितने दिनों तक मैंने पढ़ा है, मैं यही समझ रहा था कि मैकेनिकल वाला मैकेनिकल तक शिफ्ट है, प्रोफेसर इलेक्ट्रिकल में नहीं जाना चाह रहा है, इलेक्ट्रिकल वाला मैकेनिकल में, CS वाला मैकेनिकल और इलेक्ट्रिकल से उसे कोई लेना देना नहीं. So now it is moving a shift toward the collaboration of different professors, different industries, different researchers to work together for the betterment of the student. As we are the creator of our own destiny, but we are creating the destiny of the student by doing such type of collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mentioning that we should have to prepare the labs from the different disciplines, multidisciplines. Absolutely correct, sir. For example, if we are talking about robotics, robotics not only include the mechanical engineering, they have the sensors, as you said. So there should be an electronics lab there should be a mechanical lab. Where you want to ultimately you have to tell the machine how that machine will behave. So you have to include the idea, you have to include the programming inside. So we must have to include in that particular curriculum all the disciplines. The main important thing is what is your subject, from how many different kind of things are including with this subject, so everything should be there. So that thing we should do. So correctly he said that we should have a proper collaboration. So as far as we talk about the pedagogy, so what kind of pedagogy should be there? Like you have to go from PBL, that is project based learning, right? Or we should have to go with lab only, right? Or we should have to go for theory only. So what should be the combination of that? What should be the teaching methodology. Like nowadays, flipped classroom is very important. In flipped classroom, teachers are not teaching. Teachers are just giving the problems, right? And now students are solving that. If they have any doubt, the student will come in a class and they start how we will solve this problem. Then teacher will teach these topics or these concepts you should apply to this problem. So classroom is entirely changed. It is entirely flipped. So that kind of pedagogy we should also be mentioned here with that. So thank you, Raghunath sir. Now I am moving toward Dr. Vijayan for their recitals. Please, sir.
ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी वर्ड अपने आप में एक रिसर्च का वर्ड है। बहुत देर से मैं बहुत लोगों ने अपने अपने जो इनके लेक्चर्स थे मैंने सुने, बहुत अच्छा एडवाइस और अपकमिंग एजुकेशन के लिए उन्होंने जो अपना सब्जेक्ट पे जो डिस्कशन किया और जो एडवाइस दी, आई थिंक बहुत अच्छा टॉपिक है कि हम आने वाली यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए क्या हमारा रोड मैप होना चाहिए। मैं देख रहा हूँ कि अभी जो स्टूडेंट्स है, जो अभी स्टूडेंट्स आ रहा है, जो हमें सर्च कर रहा है एजुकेशन को मैं क्या करूँ और मुझे क्या करना चाहिए, इस पर उसका बहुत कंफ्यूजन है। बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स जो चाहते हैं उनके बच्चे चाइल्ड्स वो नहीं चाहते हैं, वो अपना कुछ अलग करना चाहते हैं। जब वो मार्केट में सर्च आउट करते हैं तो उन्हें वो कोर्सेज अवेलेबल नहीं होते हैं या वो आउट ऑफ कंट्री होते हैं जहां पर वो अपने जो करना चाहते हैं कर नहीं पाते हैं। अल्टीमेटली अभी मैं जो देख पा रहा हूँ, मैं करंट नाउ जिस यूनिवर्सिटी में काम कर रहा हूँ, मैंने देखा वहाँ पर मेडिकल साइंस के स्टूडेंट्स बहुत ज़्यादा हैं और मेडिकल साइंस के कोर्सेज भी ज़्यादा चल रहे हैं। यहाँ पर मैंने देखा कि बहुत सारे जो बायोलॉजी साइंस के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो केवल साइंस तक सीमित रह गए। वो मेडिकल साइंस करना चाहते थे, एमबीबीएस नीट क्वालिफाइड नहीं कर पाए और लास्ट में उन्हें समझौता करना पड़ा, वो बीएससी करने लगे, अपना जो भी उन्हें लगा छोटे कोर्सेज बायोलॉजी से रिलेटेड वो करने लगे। उन्हें पता ही नहीं था कि हम बायोलॉजी के साथ इंजीनियरिंग उसमें मैथमेटिक्स को भी खोज सकते हैं। मैं कैसे कर सकता हूँ, तो बायो के स्टूडेंट्स हूँ। एनईपी 2020 ने एक बहुत अच्छा सिस्टम जो अभी नया एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लाया है, हम उस पर ही डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पर हमने एक रिसर्च किया कि हम बायो स्टूडेंट्स को इंजीनियरिंग से जोड़ेंगे, देन ऐसा क्या कैरिकुलम डिजाइन किया जाए। और राइट नाउ अभी हम देख रहे हैं, हमने कुछ कोर्सेज को, साइंस के कोर्सेज को टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ जोड़ दिया। मैं आपको कुछ एग्जांपल बताना चाहूंगा, जैसे बीएससी बायोटेक्नोलॉजी मार्केट में बहुत सालों से आ रहा था, चल रहा था, इसको टेक्नोलॉजी से ऐड किया और हम इसको नया कैरिकुलम डिजाइन किया, बीटेक बायोटेक्नोलॉजी। इसको कन्वर्ट किया, 4 इयर्स कोर्स में ले गए, इसमें कुछ मैथमेटिक्स के मॉड्यूल्स ऐड किए गए और उसका जो कैरिकुलम डिजाइन किया गया वो एज ए इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स की तरह का कैरिकुलम बनाया गया। राइट नाउ बच्चों की जो डिमांड्स थी, जो बायो के स्टूडेंट्स थे, मैंने देखा सबसे ज्यादा अट्रैक्ट हुए वहां, उनको रिसर्च का एक बड़ा मौका मिला। ऐसे ही कुछ कोर्स और मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, जैसे बायोमेडिकल था, अभी हम लोग बीटेक इन बायोमेडिकल में भी जा रहे हैं। कुछ बच्चों का रुझान था, उनको फूड टेक्नोलॉजी में बड़ा इंटरेस्ट था, तो ये देखकर उनको जो कोर्सेज मिल रहे थे वो होटल मैनेजमेंट के कोर्सेज थे, डिग्री कोर्सेज थे, 3 इयर्स डिग्री कोर्सेज थे, डिप्लोमास थे। हमने उसको भी टेक्नोलॉजी से ऐड कर दिया। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि होटल इंडस्ट्री में जाना है तो वो होटल इंडस्ट्री के जो 3 इयर्स डिग्री कोर्स थे उन पर वो डिग्री करके काम करते थे, लेकिन वो टेक्नोलॉजी से पीछे रह जाते थे। अल्टीमेटली क्या किया, उसको भी टेक्नोलॉजी से हमने ऐड कर दिया, कैरिकुलम को रीडिजाइन किया और हमने बीटेक इन फूड टेक्नोलॉजी लाया। मैं देख रहा हूँ इतना इंटरेस्ट है बच्चों का, वो उसमें जाना चाहते हैं, पढ़ना चाहते हैं, नई इंडस्ट्री के लिए उनके दरवाजे खुल रहे हैं। अभी आपने फॉरेंसिक साइंस तो बहुत, फॉरेंसिक साइंस बेसिकली साइंस का सब्जेक्ट है, ऑल साइंस के बच्चे उसको पढ़ते हैं और उसमें अपने रिसर्च वर्क करते हैं, लेकिन क्या उनका वो कंप्लीट था? राइट नाउ जो डिमांड है, जो सिनेरियो है, जो ग्लोबली सिनेरियो है, इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी जब तक ऐड नहीं होगा हम सर्वाइव नहीं कर सकते हैं।
तो हम यहाँ पर बीटेक फॉरेंसिक साइंस, बीटेक इन फॉरेंसिक साइंस, फॉरेंसिक साइंस एक बेसिक साइंस तक लिमिटेड था, इसको टेक्नोलॉजी से ऐड करके बीटेक फॉरेंसिक साइंस में कन्वर्ट किया, कैरिकुलम को रीडिजाइन किया, उसमें मैथमेटिक्स और सारे सब्जेक्ट्स को उसमें ऐड किया। अभी हम कुछ नए कोर्सेज इंजीनियरिंग की बात कर रहे हैं। हमने देखा मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग, वही ट्रेंड हमारे ग्रैंडफादर फादर और हम सुनते 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 और बच्चा सोचता है कि मैं मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग अब नहीं करूंगा। रीडिजाइन करने की जरूरत है, रिस्ट्रक्चर करने की जरूरत है। मैकेट्रॉनिक्स, मैकेनिकल में एक नया अभी वर्ड आया है जिसमें हम देखते हैं कि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंजीनियरिंग, कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियरिंग और मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग तीनों को कंबाइन करके हम स्टडी कर रहे हैं। बीटेक मैकेनिकल इन ईवी, इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल पे इतना रिसर्च चल रहा है, इतना रिसर्च चल रहा है कि अभी हमको नए टॉपिक्स चाहिए हैं, तो हमने मैकेनिकल के साथ ईवी को ऐड कर दिया है। अभी बहुत सारे नए कोर्सेज के साथ हम देख रहे हैं कि सोलर एनर्जी के साथ, सोलर एनर्जी को हमने इंजीनियरिंग के साथ हम एमर्ज कर रहे हैं। अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे कोर्सेज पे हम वर्क कर रहे हैं कि इनको और कैसे, इकोनॉमिक्स को कैसे इंजीनियरिंग के साथ जोड़ा जाए। ये भी अभी आने वाला जो ही, जैसे साइंस मैथमेटिक्स को मैडम ने कहा कि डेटा एनालिसिस से जोड़ दिया, डेटा साइंस से जोड़ दिया है, तो अब मैथमेटिक्स अकेला मैथमेटिक्स नहीं है, मैथमेटिक्स विद डेटा साइंस हो गया है। इस पर जो रिसर्च हम कर रहे हैं, इसमें जो कैरिकुलम है, ये अपडेट करने की जरूरत है। मार्केट में कुछ चीजें हमें जो कैरिकुलम बना रहे हैं, जो सिलेबस डिजाइन कर रहे हैं, हमें इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड सिलेबस डिजाइन करने की जरूरत है। लेकिन कैसे किया जाए? फैकल्टी खुद भी इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड नहीं है। फैकल्टी ने एक डेटा माइनिंग सब्जेक्ट पढ़ लिया और उसको लेके वो पूरी लाइफ वही पढ़ाया जा रहा है। उसके आगे उसने ना तो कोई नया सब्जेक्ट तैयार किया, ना ही आगे कुछ रिसर्च किया। उनका भी एक लैक है, वो मार्केट से पीछे हो रहे हैं क्योंकि उन्हें भी नहीं पता कि इंडस्ट्री कहां जा रही है, क्या डिमांड है। इसमें ग्लोबली हम देखते हैं फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम हो रहे हैं। फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम एक वन डे फैकल्टी, 7 डे फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम एक पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट्स पर हम करते हैं, लेकिन हम कितना सोच पा रहे हैं? एक स्टेट लेवल पे, इंडिया लेवल पे हमें ग्लोबली सोचना पड़ेगा। हमें फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट कई कंट्री के साथ मिलकर करना चाहिए, ये एडवाइस है। हमें केवल इंडिया के क्लाइमेट को लेकर नहीं चलना चाहिए। अभी हम देख पा रहे हैं कि स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, जैसे कि प्रोफेसर खेड़े ने कहा है कि लैब को रिस्ट्रक्चर करने की जरूरत है। हम देखते हैं एआई इतना टॉप पर चल रहा है, लेकिन अभी भी कोर्सेज तो डिजाइन हो गए हैं, लेकिन लैब अभी भी एआई की एक्चुअल लैब नहीं है। एक्चुअल में उसको एक्सपर्ट ही नहीं मिल रहे हैं। हमें इसके लिए अपनी फैकल्टी को ग्लोबली ट्रेनिंग देना पड़ेगी, तभी वो हमारे फैकल्टी सबसे पहले डेवलप होंगे, देन वो बच्चों को एकेडमिक उनका स्तर ठीक कर पाएंगे। नंबर 1। नंबर दूसरी बात हमको ये भी देखना होगा, हम बच्चों को जो पढ़ा रहे हैं, जो चलिए हमने करिकुलम डिजाइन भी कर लिया, हमने बुक्स भी पढ़ा दिया, सिलेबस भी कंप्लीट करा दिया, बच्चा निकल गया, अल्टीमेटली उसका गोल था कि मेरा 9 CGPA बन गया, उसका बन भी गया, और जैसे उसका सब्जेक्ट खत्म हुआ उसने ऐसा बुक अलमारी में रखा, दूसरा बुक्स निकाला जो अगला सेम में आने वाला है। ऐसा कर करके वो 8 सेम कंप्लीट कर लेता और लास्ट में उसके पास एक कागज होता है, बीटेक की डिग्री 9 CGPA के लिए तैयार है। वो जब वो कैंपस प्लेसमेंट्स के लिए बैठता है तो उसको आता कुछ भी कंप्लीट नहीं है, वो हर चीज कंप्लीट कुछ भी नहीं आता है उसको। सारे सब्जेक्ट आते हैं लेकिन परफेक्ट किसी में नहीं है। उसको समझ में भी नहीं आता कि आखिर इंडस्ट्री जो कैंपस ले रही है, मेरा प्लेसमेंट कर रही है, वो चाह क्या रही है मुझसे। चलिए हमने प्लेसमेंट सेल रख लिया, ट्रेनिंग डेवलपमेंट्स के लिए फैकल्टी रख ली, वो ट्रेनिंग भी प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ट्रेनिंग क्या दे रहे हैं? एप्टीट्यूड की ट्रेनिंग। एप्टीट्यूड से क्या होगा उसका? वो कुछ रिसर्च अब इंडस्ट्री में जाकर उतना रिसर्च करेगा, वहां वर्कफोर्स, उनको रेडी वर्कफोर्स चाहिए। अभी सेल्स फोर्स एक नया वर्ड आया है, सेल्स फोर्स। नाम से लग रहा है कि ये मार्केटिंग का वर्ड है, लेकिन ये टेक्नोलॉजी का वर्ड है, नया टेक्नोलॉजी का वर्ड है, जो क्लाउड बेस्ड कस्टमर रिलेशनशिप बनाता है। अब यहाँ क्लाउड बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी कंप्यूटर साइंस को ऐड करके इसको बना दिया गया। इसमें कॉमर्स के बच्चे भी इसके साथ ऐड हो गए हमारे। यहाँ पर जो हमारा सब्जेक्ट है कि हमें ऑल डिसिप्लिनरी, चाहे आर्ट्स के साथ इंजीनियरिंग, कॉमर्स के साथ इंजीनियरिंग और हमारे बायो और मैथ्स सबके कंबाइंड जो कैरिकुलम है, जो हमारे नए सब्जेक्ट्स हमको डिजाइन करने हैं, नए कोर्सेज जो डिजाइन करने हैं, इसके लिए अभी क्या कर रही है यूनिवर्सिटीज, सब्जेक्ट के साथ बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड सर्टिफिकेशन कोर्स को पैरेलली चला रही है। हमें एक कोई दूसरी कंपनी को हायर करना पड़ रहा है और वो हमें इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड ट्रेनिंग करा रही है और वो सर्टिफिकेशंस कोर्सेज करा रही है जो उनको प्लेसमेंट्स में काम आने वाले हैं। हमें उन सर्टिफिकेशंस कोर्स के हिसाब से फैकल्टी को तैयार करना पड़ेगा और हमें अपने एक्चुअल कैरिकुलम में उनको कंबाइन करना पड़ेगा, तभी हम डेवलपमेंट कर पाएंगे बच्चों का पूरा ओवरऑल। यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा और एक प्रॉब्लम है, जैसे सबने कहा कि लैब हमारे वही पुराने AICT ने जो डिजाइन किए थे वही लगे हुए हैं, वही मोटर है, वही कंप्यूटर है और उसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है। अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं कि अब आने वाली हर यूनिवर्सिटी में उनका खुद का इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर होना चाहिए, मैंडेटरी है। बच्चा एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहता है, यदि उसने कुछ रिसर्च किया है, कुछ मॉडल बनाया है, इंप्लीमेंट किया है, तो उसको वो कहाँ किस प्लेटफॉर्म पर ले जाए, तो इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर हमें रेडी करना पड़ेगा जहां पर बच्चा वहां जाएगा और अपना पेटेंट को तैयार करेगा और उसका उस मॉडल को यूनिवर्सिटी को भारत सरकार तक ले जाना चाहिए, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को उसको प्रोड्यूस करना चाहिए उसके मॉडल को, देन उसको एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए तैयार करना चाहिए, बजाय कि वही मॉडल की प्लेसमेंट्स 3 लाख का मिल गया, 5 लाख का मिल गया, ये नौकरी वो नौकरी। यदि उसने टेक्नोलॉजी को सिलेक्ट किया है, यदि उसने अपने कैरियर में टेक्नोलॉजी या इंजीनियरिंग को सिलेक्ट किया है, तो उसको अपना खुद का भी एक मॉडल तैयार करना चाहिए। इस पर भी काम करने की जरूरत है। तो मेरा फोकस केवल इतना ही है कि नए कोर्सेज में इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स 100% होने चाहिए, ये खुद के होने चाहिए, ट्रेनिंग्स खुद की होनी चाहिए, इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड होने चाहिए और फैकल्टी भी, जो फैकल्टी का जो FDP प्रोग्राम है वो ग्लोबली होना चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
As sir said, now student mentality is now changing. They are deciding their own future. So in that way, sometimes they take good decisions, sometimes they take incorrect or bad decisions, we can say. So since they are selecting their own course, so that what kind of course should be there, as the students are also facing too many real-time problems. So the course should be in that way. It should focus on the real-time problem. So in real-time problem, as in morning also the Father said that means we should have to go for the project-based problem. The problem should be that is real-time problem. Accordingly, we should have to decide the course. As sir said very well that about Bachelor of Engineering in EV. That is very good thing that we are thinking about. Right, we are focusing only on electric vehicles. We are designing the course only for electric vehicles that will contain all the things like mechanical engineering there, electrical engineering there, since sensors are involved there, so there should be a electronics engineering should be there, and ultimately we need a PI or programming, so computer engineering also there. So that is very good things. Similarly, that B or B-Tech is solar energy management. Nowadays, the government is also forcing for that. So that can be also another course type for transdisciplinary education. So similarly, here we should have to think about how we can develop the curriculum development for these new type of courses. So thank you very much for your thoughts, sir. Thank you very much. Now I will go on, Mr. Amit Srivastava, sir. So please over to you, sir.
जैसा कि अभी मैम सबसे पहले मैम ने जब बताया था कुछ चीज़ों को मैं नोट कर रहा था, काफ़ी चीज़ें जो हैं वो हमारी न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी से जुड़ी हुई हैं। एक्चुअली में देखा जाए तो जो 68 फर्स्ट एजुकेशन पॉलिसीज, 86 सेकेंड और 2020 अ लॉन्ग गैप, वो जो नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है वो भी काफ़ी एक मंथन के बाद लिखी है। जैसे आज सुबह के सेशन में भी जब ओपनिंग सेरेमनी हुई थी तो वाइस चांसलर सैम यूनिवर्सिटी सर ने बताया था तिवारी सर ने, तो वो जो अपनी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है उसमें वही विजन है जो इस पर हम आज यहाँ डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। और एक्चुअल में देखा जाए तो जहाँ जहाँ ये पॉलिसी अप्लाई हुई है वहाँ वहाँ उसका इफेक्ट भी हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। अब हम जिस टॉपिक पर हम बात करें अपने यूनिवर्सिटी के करिकुलम के लिए, तो कैसे मतलब ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी करिकुलम डेवलप किया जाए, तो जो मैडम ने कहा था कि होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट, अभी स्कूल एजुकेशन से चूंकि मैं जुड़ा हुआ हूँ तो स्कूल एजुकेशन पे मैं देख रहा हूँ कि ये जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने प्राइमरी एजुकेशन के लिए, प्री प्राइमरी एंड प्राइमरी एजुकेशन के लिए एक प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया हुआ है, उसमें जो उनको रिपोर्ट कार्ड दिया जाता है उसका नाम ही HPC रखा है, होलिस्टिक प्रोग्रेस कार्ड। तो वो विजन पहले आ ही गया है जिस पर हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उस विजन को हमें डेवलप करने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि वह स्कूलों में आया है लेकिन अभी वह लोग उसको उतने अवेयर नहीं है, जुड़े नहीं हैं। मार्केट में कोई चीज आती है तो उसको, या कोई भी चीज सोसाइटी में आती है तो उसको लोगों को जोड़ने में उतना समय लगता है। जो कैरिकुलम डेवलप होगा वहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स आएंगे, वो एक उस ब्रिज का काम करेंगे जो सोसाइटी में और विजन को लोगों तक ले जाने के लिए हो जाएगा। जो होलिस्टिक प्रोग्रेस कार्ड की बात है वो इसी टाइप से है। और जो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है वो कहती है वैल्यूएशन का जो तरीका है वह एग्जाम बेस्ड नहीं होगा, वह होगा 360 डिग्री। 360 डिग्री मीन्स कि वह वैल्यूएशन सभी लेवल्स पर होगा। बच्चा खुद भी असेस करे, पेरेंट्स भी उसको करेंगे, उसके कलीग्स भी करेंगे और टीचर्स भी करेगा। फिर जाके उसका एक होलिस्टिक प्रोग्रेस कार्ड बनेगा जिसमें सारी चीजें उसकी इंक्लूड होंगी। अभी जैसे बात आ रही थी कि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी करिकुलम है वह सिर्फ सब्जेक्ट को कनेक्ट करने तक ना हो, जस्ट नॉट टू कनेक्ट सब्जेक्ट बट टू सिंथेसाइज। बच्चे के पास टॉपिक होना चाहिए और फिर उस पर अलग अलग जो सब्जेक्ट्स हैं उसके सोच से या उसके दृष्टिकोण से उसकी फिर विजन होना चाहिए। जैसे कोई एक क्वेरी है दिमाग में, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल, तो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में AI भी इंक्लूड है, टेक्नोलॉजी, मैकेनिकल टेक्नोलॉजी भी यूज है, इसके बाद कंप्यूटर साइंस भी उसमें यूज हो रहा है। और इन सभी के साथ साथ उसको इस तरीके से बनाना चाहिए कि वो मानव के लिए या जो चलाने वाला है या सोसाइटी के लिए उसमें किस तरीके से एनवायरमेंटल इफेक्ट भी है और सारी चीज़ें। इन सब के बाद जैसा कि यूनिवर्सिटी के नाम में लिखा हुआ है, सबसे पहले अगर उस पर फोकस करें, MIT वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी, तो उसका एक जो वर्ड है पीस, दैट इज द अल्टीमेट वर्ड। पीस ही है जो व्यक्ति को सेटिस्फाई कर सकता है। पब्लिक एड में एक थ्योरी है, मास्लोस थ्योरी ऑफ हायरार्की और सेटिस्फैक्शन। उसमें यही है कि वो लास्ट जो व्यक्ति का गोल होता है वो होता है सेल्फ सेटिस्फैक्शन। अगर मैं, जैसे हमने कुछ देखा है कि फॉरेन कार्स डेवलप होती हैं, बुगाटी है, फरारी, कुछ ऐसी उनमें कार्स में ये देखा गया कि जो टीम वर्क करती है वह टीम इनिशियल से लेकर लास्ट स्टेज तक वर्क करती है। और उसका एक कारण ये भी है कि उस टीम को एक सेटिस्फैक्शन लास्ट में मिलता है कि ये प्रोडक्ट मैंने बनाया, तो वो उसमें अपना बेस्ट लगाते हैं। और यही वो थ्योरी, मास्लोस वाली थ्योरी भी कहते हैं। जैसे हम देखते हैं कि लोग ब्रांड्स का कितना एक्सपेंस करते हैं, अलग अलग ब्रांड्स के कपड़े हैं, एक से एक शॉप है मार्केट डेवलपमेंट, लेकिन उन मार्केट्स के बाद भी आज राष्ट्रपिता गांधी को कहा जाता है जो आधी थी, वहाँ ब्रांड नहीं था, वो सेटिस्फैक्शन था, वो पीस था। वो वही मास्लो की थ्योरी कहती है लास्ट में सेल्फ सेटिस्फैक्शन। तो हमारा कोर्स डिजाइन जो है और जो हमारे सब्जेक्ट का इंटीग्रेशन है वो बच्चे के सेटिस्फैक्शन के लिए, वो सेटिस्फैक्शन आएगा जब एजुकेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी, बच्चे का इंटरेस्ट और प्रोफेशन, ये सारी चीजें एक साथ इंटीग्रेटेड हो। ऐसा होना चाहिए कि बच्चे का अगर आर्कियोलॉजी में इंटरेस्ट है तो आर्कियोलॉजी के साथ साथ उसे टेक्नोलॉजिकल भी नॉलेज होनी चाहिए कि हमें किसी चीज़ को कैसे एक्सप्लोर करना है, कैसे हम उस चीज़ तक पहुंच सकते हैं। मान लीजिए हम किसी भी आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट की बात करें तो उस आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट को जानने के लिए हमें उस जगह की ज्योग्राफी को भी समझना होगा। यदि भीमबेटका में आदि मानव थे, मानवों ने बस्ती बनाई हजारों साल पहले, तो उसका एक काम नर्मदा वैली में थी। क्योंकि बच्चा हिस्ट्री वाला वो तो जान लेगा क्या भीमबेटका साइट है, लेकिन भीमबेटका में ही क्यों साइट है, वो साइट तो जो है सागर में भी हो सकती है, तो उसका ज्योग्राफिकल रीजन क्या है। और इसी तरीके से हम ज्योग्राफिकल रीजन को जानेंगे तो हिस्टोरिकल पर्सपेक्टिव एस्पेक्ट्स को समझ पाएंगे। यदि सिकंदर इंडिया में एंटर हुआ तो सिंधु क्षेत्र से क्यों एंटर हुआ, क्योंकि हिमालय से एंटर करना पॉसिबल नहीं था। मंगोल इंडिया में आए, सत कोशाम जो भी भारत में आए वो सब इधर से क्यों आए। फिर उन्होंने, अगर टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें, समय के साथ टेक्नोलॉजी बदली, बाहर से हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी आई, यहाँ से टेक्नोलॉजी गई। युद्ध की अगर हम बात करें तो मिलिट्री साइंस एक सब्जेक्ट है, काफ़ी फेमस सब्जेक्ट है जब एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विसेज लोग अपेयर करते हैं। तो मिलिट्री साइंस में जो बाबर ने रिवर्स यूज करी, भारत में सबसे पहली जो पद्धति लाए बाबर युद्ध के लिए, टुगलुमा पद्धति थी, वो उसमें यहाँ वो सब पढ़ा जाता है। लेकिन हिस्ट्री वाले को भी इंटरेस्ट रहता है क्योंकि उसके अंदर क्वेरीज होती हैं, वो शांत होने वाली, क्योंकि उसे ये जो हम बात कर रहे हैं कि ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी, उसे ऐसा कोई करिकुलम या कोर्स नहीं होता है। तो यदि इस तरीके से अगर बच्चे को डेवलप किया जाए कि सबसे पहले शुरुआत में बेसिक फंडामेंटल्स होने चाहिए, जिसमें उससे सारी चीज़ें मीन्स कि जैसे मैथमेटिक्स तो बेस है। इसके अलावा जब भी हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं तो टेक्नोलॉजी का सोसाइटी पर क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा, एनवायरनमेंट पर क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा। टेक्नोलॉजी पे बेहतर है, टेक्नोलॉजी को हमेशा बेहतर बनाया जाता है लोगों के वेलफेयर के लिए, एनवायरनमेंट के वेलफेयर के लिए, सोसाइटी के वेलफेयर के लिए। लेकिन बच्चे को भी उसके साथ अवेयर करना पड़ेगा और ये कोर्स के माध्यम से किया जा सकता है। पहले जनरली क्या होता था कि हमारे जो इंडियन हिस्ट्री की बात करें, ऋषि मुनि होते थे, आध्यात्म होता था, संस्कृति होती थी, वहाँ पे ये चीज़ें थी। अगर हम उनको गहराई से देखें तो साइंस को लोगों तक पहुँचाने के लिए, एनवायरनमेंट को लोगों तक पहुँचाने के लिए उसको धर्म से जोड़ दिया। ये ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी है। घरों में तुलसी का पौधा लगाया जाने लगा, वो एनवायरनमेंट को भी बढ़ा रहा है, आपको पीस ऑफ माइंड को भी दे रहा है, और उसको धर्म से जोड़ दिया तो आपकी धार्मिक भावनाओं को भी दिया है। क्योंकि लोग उस समय इतने अवेयर नहीं थे कि उनको ये सारी चीज़ें समझाएं और फिर लोगों को मोटिवेट, तो उसको धर्म से जोड़ दिया, लोग करने लगे। कल पेपर में जैसे था कि यहाँ ट्रैफिक के संदर्भ में भी अलग अलग कोर्स चलते हैं, ट्रैफिक को मैनेजमेंट कैसे किया जाए, क्राउड मैनेजमेंट कैसे किया जाए। तो कल हम पेपर में देखा कि जो भोपाल में चौराहे हैं जहाँ पे ट्रैफिक रुकता है, वहाँ पे पीपल के पौधे प्लांट किए जाए। तो वो वही है, सब्जेक्ट को अप्लाइड किया है, एनवायरमेंटल साइंस को अप्लाई किया है कि कहाँ पर हम उसकी जरूरत है, कहाँ हम उसकी बेस्ट यूज कर सकते हैं। प्लांटेशन सभी जगह हो रहा है, लेकिन उसका बेस्ट यूज कहाँ हो सकता है, ये यहाँ इस तरीके से। तो हमारा जो करिकुलम है या जो हमारी सोच है वह फील्ड सेंट्रिक होनी चाहिए कि हम फील्ड में उसको किस तरीके से। और जब बच्चा कोई भी कोर्स करता है, मैडम ने जैसे बताया था सुशांत सिंह राजपूत IITN था, उसका इंटरेस्ट उसमें एक्टिंग के फील्ड में चला गया। ऐसे कई IITNs हैं जिन्होंने अपने इंटरेस्ट का वर्क किया और बहुत आगे थे। जब व्यक्ति अपने इंटरेस्ट का, अपने पीस ऑफ माइंड के लिए वर्क करता है तो वो अपना बेस्ट परफॉर्म करता है। इकोनॉमिक्स हो, जैसे हम अगर पीस प्राइज की बात करें, नोबेल प्राइज की बात, तो वो भी एक्सीलेंस पे पहुंचती है। और एक्सीलेंस में हमने ये देखा है कि जब वो पीस प्राइज हो या इकोनॉमिक्स का नोबेल प्राइज हो, वो उस जगह मिलता है जब वह टेक्नोलॉजी अपने बेस्ट पे हो और बेस्ट के साथ साथ एक बड़ी सोसाइटी के लिए यूज हो। फिर चाहे वो कंप्यूटर साइंस की बात हो, चाहे साइंस की या मेडिकल की, तो वो सारी चीज़ें सब एक दूसरे से कनेक्ट है, बस उसको एक फ्रेम देने की आवश्यकता है। तो यूनिवर्सिटी में इस तरीके से करिकुलम डिजाइन या पेडागोजी इस तरीके से बनाई जानी चाहिए जिससे कि बच्चे को अपना सेल्फ सेटिस्फैक्शन सबसे पहले मिल सके, उसकी क्वेरीज जो है वो पूरी हो सके, और वहाँ पे ह्यूमैनिटीज, टेक्नोलॉजी, साइंस, मेडिकल, इन सभी को इंटीग्रेटेड होना चाहिए ताकि उसकी क्वेरीज भी पूरी हो सके, और फिर साथ ही साथ जैसा कि सर ने बताया था कि वो फील्ड में उसको प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज उसका होना चाहिए। तो ये सारी चीज़ें थ्योरी के साथ साथ फील्ड में प्रैक्टिकली होनी चाहिए। ऐसे उसके लिए डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन वहाँ पर कुछ होने चाहिए, या तो डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन के लिए कोई सेंटर बना हो, या फील्ड में ही उनको छोड़ा जाए, कुछ कोर्स ऐसा डिजाइन किया जाना चाहिए जिससे कि वो जो है उसका फीडबैक भी प्राप्त मिल सके, और साथ ही साथ प्लस माइनस पॉजिटिव और नेगेटिव जो कुछ भी है, और फोकस जो है वो रियल वर्ल्ड में होना चाहिए। थ्योरी से लेकर के बाहर रियल वर्ल्ड में क्या है, वो रियल वर्ल्ड हमारे लिए किस तरीके से हम प्रभावित करते हैं, और किस तरीके से हमारा कोर्स या हमारे ये जो स्टूडेंट्स है ये आगे चल के वर्ल्ड को कैसे इम्पैक्ट करेंगे, इस चीज़ पर फोकस होना चाहिए।
As Mr. said, that curriculum should be designed in such a way that it should give the self-satisfaction and peace to the students. And when this will be, when satisfaction will be there, then this will give you the solution for the real world problem. Once the student is satisfied with their learning, that means he take that thing inside there, not only in the mind, up to the heart. That's why he is going to solve that particular problem of the real world. It's well said, sir, that when we are going for this such kind of curriculum development, then here holistic progress card will be the very good way to monitor the progress of the students, not only from the mark side, but also from their social as well as we can say how he's behaving with learning. So that should be there. When he is behaving with the learning, then he should be evaluated. He will be evaluated properly. So thank you very much, sir. Now I will go with the staffing men for their numbers. Please, ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I just came to know about it a few minutes back. I'm a coordinator in school and I take care after the pre-primary and primary children. So sir ने जब HPC की बात करी तो मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई कि प्रोफेसर्स को भी इस बारे में पता है। करिकुलम की जब हम बात करते हैं, I think the most important aspect while discussing about developing the curriculum should be about what challenges are we going to face in the future. क्योंकि आज का जो हमारा बच्चा पढ़ के जा रहा है वो आगे जाके जो प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करेगा उसके लिए क्या वो प्रिपेयर्ड है या नहीं। सो हम हमारे बच्चे को ये चीज़ें सिखाएं which makes him a better leader, makes him better prepared for the challenges that are coming forward. क्योंकि आज का हम जिस वर्ल्ड में जी रहे हैं it is changing so rapidly, इतनी फास्ट पेस की चीज़ें चेंज हो रही हैं, especially when we talk about technology. इतनी फास्ट पेस पे AI के आने के बाद तो हर every 2 months में there is some recent development. AI अब apps सबके हाथ में है, all are making use of it. It is very easy for the students. हमारे स्कूल के बच्चे भी AI यूज करके आजकल होमवर्क कंप्लीट कर लेते हैं. Yeah, they are so smart. They know how to use technology. But in the process of doing so, बच्चों का जो critical thinking skills है वो कहीं ना कहीं हैम्पर हो रहा है. वो अब डिपेंडेंट हो जा रहे हैं टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर, AI के ऊपर. अच्छा मुझे ये करना है, फटाफट चैट GPT पे डाला, सर्च किया, आंसर मिल गया. जो काम उनको आधे घंटे में करना था वो 5 मिनट में हो गया. बट ये रियलाइजेशन नहीं हो रहा है कि मेरा जो सोचने की क्षमता है वो कम होती जाती है. सो इफ आई एम नॉट एबल टू सॉल्व अ प्रॉब्लम नाउ, मेरा बच्चा आगे जाके कैसे प्रिपेयर होगा किसी भी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए. So 21st century skills जो हम एजुकेशन में बात करते हैं 4 C's की, that is communication, creativity, critical thinking and collaboration. That is very important कि वो उसको माइंड में रखते हुए हम अपना करिकुलम डिज़ाइन करें. अगर फाउंडेशनल स्टेज से हमने बच्चों के अंदर ये स्किल्स नहीं डाले, वी कैनॉट एक्सपेक्ट देम कि कॉलेज लेवल पे आके एकदम से उनका माइंडसेट चेंज हो जाएगा। बचपन से अगर हमने उनको क्रिटिकली थिंक करना नहीं सिखाया, क्रिएटिविटी नहीं इंस्पायर किया है, कॉलेज में आके यू कैनॉट एक्सपेक्ट अ बेटर रिजल्ट। इसलिए जो प्रॉब्लम्स आजकल आती है, जो हम बोलते हैं भेड़ चाल, अच्छा तू ये कोर्स ले रहा है, मैं भी ले रहा हूँ, बिकॉज ही डजंट नो व्हाट इज बेस्ट फॉर हिमसेल्फ। एंड स्पेशली अपनी स्ट्रेंथ्स एंड वीकनेसेस जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है। देयर इज अ थ्योरी बाय हार्वर्ड गार्डनर, मल्टीपल इंटेलिजेंस थ्योरी, जो हमें बताती है कि हर बच्चे का एक अपना इंटेलिजेंस होता है। कोई बच्चे काइनेस्थेटिकली इंटेलिजेंट होते हैं, कोई बच्चे विजुअल लर्नर्स होते हैं, कोई बच्चे ऑडिटरी लर्नर्स होते हैं, कोई बच्चे म्यूजिकली इंक्लाइंड होते हैं। सो पेरेंट्स एंड चिल्ड्रन, बच्चे तो तब बहुत छोटे होते हैं, बट पेरेंट्स एंड एजुकेटर्स, इनको समझना, आइडेंटिफाई करना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि मेरा बच्चे में किस टाइप का इंटेलिजेंस है। तो जब आपको अपने बच्चे की स्ट्रेंथ पता होती है, आप टीचर्स भी एंड पेरेंट्स भी बच्चों को उस डायरेक्शन में गाइड कर सकते हैं कि बेटा यू आर वेरी गुड एट दिस, सो व्हाटएवर यू डू यू विल वेरी यू विल एक्सेल एट दिस। सो जब स्ट्रेंथ नहीं पता होगी तो मुझे क्या करना है वो हमेशा असमंजस रहता है। तो वी स्टार्ट फॉलोइंग द अदर्स कि मेजॉरिटी जो कर रहे हैं मैं भी करूँ। सो एट अ वेरी बेसिक लेवल सबसे पहले ये जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हम कोलैबोरेशन की बात कर रहे थे, अभी थोड़े दिन पहले ही मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम जंतर मंतर देखा। सो वहाँ पे देखा जय सिंह राजा ने 18th सेंचुरी में जंतर मंतर बनाया। सो वी वर डिस्कसिंग दैट ही वाज सो साइंटिफिकली इंक्लाइंड, उन्होंने पूरा सन क्लॉक वगैरह बनाया, बट अगर जो उनके साथ काम करने वाली मेसन थी वो अगर उतने स्किल्ड नहीं होते, अगर इतना सा भी मेजरमेंट इधर का उधर हो गया होता तो दैट वुड हैव बीन अ डिजास्टर, द कैलकुलेशन वुड हैव कंप्लीटली गॉन रॉन्ग। So this is a perfect example of collaboration and also of having skills. सिर्फ थ्योरी होना ज़रूरी नहीं है। आजकल हमारे बच्चे भी are very good at giving examinations, memorizing everything, rote memorization, but when it comes to skill, it is nothing. क्योंकि इतने सालों से बचपन से बच्चों को सिर्फ एग्जाम्स के लिए पढ़ना सिखाया गया है। It is not for the joy of learning. I think one of the panelists said this कि मुझे कुछ सीखना है, वो मुझ में खुशी नहीं है, मुझे एग्जाम के लिए पढ़ना है। तो जहाँ वो एग्जाम खत्म हुआ, जैसे सर ने बोला बुक बंद करी, अंदर रखा, दूसरी बुक निकल गई, बट उससे क्या लर्निंग हुआ है वो हम आगे कैरी फॉरवर्ड करके नहीं जाते हैं, हम बच्चों को सिखाते हैं। अनदर एस्पेक्ट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, हम एनईपी की बात कर रहे हैं, बट एनईपी जितना हमको सुनने में अच्छा लगता है, प्रैक्टिकली उतना उसको ग्राउंड लेवल पे उतारना उतना ही मुश्किल है। For that, the best thing that we have to do is train our teachers, train our faculty, जैसे सर ने बोला MPP बहुत ज़रूरी है, बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि जो विजन है NEP का that is very beautiful, but उसको ग्राउंड पे करने वाले हमारे एजुकेटर्स, अगर उन तक उसका फिलॉसफी नहीं पहुँचा, उसका ऑब्जेक्टिव नहीं पहुँचा कि हम क्यों कर रहे हैं, हमें क्यों करने की ज़रूरत है, then it is of no use. इसके पहले भी बहुत सारी पॉलिसीज स्कूल्स में आई हैं, but सब unsuccessful really because the teachers were not trained accordingly. So government लेकर आते पॉलिसी कि ये करना है, but सब कंफ्यूजन में रह जाते कि करना है, ये भी करना है, ये भी करना है, वो भी करना है। So at the end teachers should be trained properly. उनका mindset क्लियर होना चाहिए कि मुझे अपने बच्चे को किस चैलेंज के लिए आगे फ्यूचर में रेडी करना है और किस डायरेक्शन में मुझे अपने बच्चे को लेके जाना है। So everything that we are teaching to the children should have an objective that why I am teaching this. मैं क्या स्किल उनमें चाहती हूँ कि डेवलप हो, कि मेरा बच्चा इससे क्या सीखे। सो NEP आने के पहले आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू से दैट NEP आने के पहले ही वी हैड दिस HPC in our school. We removed exams for our children, pre-primary children, क्योंकि इतना छोटा 5 साल का बच्चा उसको समझ में ही नहीं आता कि एग्जाम होता क्या है। बट जहाँ आपने एग्जाम का नाम लिया, चिल्ड्रन एंड पेरेंट्स दोनों इतने प्रेशराइज हो जाते हैं कि एग्जाम है तो 90% तो आना ही चाहिए। तो बेचारा बच्चा जिसको थोड़ी खुशी भी होती है पढ़ने की, वो भी इतने प्रेशर में उसको एक हेट्रेड हो जाता है पढ़ने से कि मुझे नहीं पढ़ना यार, आई एम फेड अप। तो जो प्रेशर है ना वो कॉलेज में नहीं है, वो बचपन से ही बच्चों के ऊपर है टू परफॉर्म वेल। सो वन थिंग टू चेंज द माइंडसेट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट ऑफ टीचर्स, ऑफ पेरेंट्स। माइंडसेट बदलना बहुत ज़रूरी है। ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी जो हम वर्ड की बात कर रहे हैं, ग्राउंड लेवल पे छोटे से स्कूल एजुकेशन से हमको वो चेंज करना माइंडसेट में बहुत ज़रूरी फॉर पेरेंट्स कि एक ही चीज़ नहीं है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमको हमारा जो सोच है उसका दायरा बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है। एंड सेकेंडली वी हैव टू पे एम्फेसिस ऑन डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द फैकल्टीज ऑफ द टीचर्स दैट दे आर ट्रेन्ड अकॉर्डिंगली। फिनलैंड एजुकेशन की हम बात करते हैं, दैट फिनलैंड इज टॉप इन द वर्ल्ड इन एजुकेशन राइट नाउ। वहाँ की प्री प्राइमरी टीचर्स की मिनिमम क्वालिफिकेशन इज पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट। आपको अगर छोटे प्री प्राइमरी बच्चे को भी पढ़ाना है तो आपको पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट करना जरूरी है। दे हैव एन एंट्रेंस एग्जाम फॉर द टीचर्स, अगर आपने क्लियर नहीं करा तो यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल टू बिकम अ टीचर। सो हमारे यहाँ ऐसा नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ इट इज सो यू नो यू हैव टू हैव अ लॉट ऑफ नॉलेज, सो फोकस शुड बी गिवन ऑन teachers, good quality teachers, then only we can improve the quality of education. Thank you, sir.
Very much for your thoughts. As you said very correctly, that we first of all we should have to change, and joy of learning should be there, as you told. And curriculum should be designed in such a way that it must solve the future challenges. Today we are learning, and in future when the problem will come, we must have ready-made workforce that will solve this problem. And when you are focusing on these 4 C's, then ultimately if you are focusing on 4 C's, every syllabus of you can design that will be of transdisciplinary is 100% sure, because you are communicating. You are critically thinking the real world problem, and that will lead to the creativity, and that we want in this transdisciplinary education. So thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Yes, you can ask the question, please.
I have a question to Namita ma'am. In traditional institutes or departments, we have our own framework of board of studies, academic council, faculty members discussing on the curriculum. But when we are going for transdisciplinary, then what changes are expected? How we can go ahead? Because already BOS has decided these courses, the courses accordingly we have the standard books. Students need to read that and give the examination on that. But when it comes to transdisciplinary, it's very mixture. So how you will say what changes are expected?
First of all, if we are going for transdisciplinary, we should have, if we are integrated with I will take my department example,
yes.
Maths and Data Science. So it is not the course is for mathematics or it is only for data science. तो हमारे पास जो बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज होनी चाहिए, it should be of both, कि मैथ्स के लोग भी हो, कंप्यूटर के भी हो। फिर हमारा इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड कोर्स हो, तो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट should also be there. Then it should be इंटरप्रेन्योर्स भी हमें डेवलप करना है। मोदी जी का तो सपना यही है कि नौकरी नहीं ढूंढो, नौकरी दो। तो हमें इंटरप्रेन्योर्स भी डेवलप करने हैं, तो हमें बच्चों से इनपुट भी लेना है। हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हमारे जो बच्चे पास आउट होते हैं, मतलब दैट वी आर डूइंग, जो बच्चे पास आउट हुए उनसे भी हम लोग इनपुट ले लेते हैं कि व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड। इंडस्ट्री से हम एक्सपर्ट्स बुलाते हैं, दे टेल कि इंडस्ट्री व्हाट दे रिक्वायर, उसके अकॉर्डिंग हम करिकुलम चेंज करते हैं। वी कॉल पीपल फ्रॉम IITs आल्सो, क्योंकि उनका ग्लोबल एक्सपोजर हमसे ज्यादा है। दैट इज वेरी ट्रू, ऑल विल एग्री विद दैट, कि उनका जितना ग्लोबल एक्सपोजर है NITs का भी नहीं है उतना। तो हम उनको भी बुलाते हैं कि यू टेल ग्लोबली व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड। तो इस तरह का अगर हम बनाएंगे तो बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज प्रॉपर होगा। और जो एक और चीज बोलूंगी मैं आपको, लैब्स जो है, लैब मैथ्स का नहीं होना चाहिए, या कंप्यूटर का नहीं होना चाहिए, या इलेक्ट्रिकल का नहीं, मैकेनिकल का नहीं, इट शुड बी कॉमन लैब। स्टूडेंट शुड बी अलाउड टू वर्क ऑन दोज लैब्स जिस पे वो काम करना चाहे। तो जैसा मैंने स्टार्टिंग में ही बोला था ना कि कुछ क्रेडिट्स ऐसे होने चाहिए कि हाँ, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर बनने के लिए आपको इतने क्रेडिट मैकेनिकल के पढ़ने, उसके अलावा आप कुछ भी पढ़ो जो आपका इंटरेस्ट। तो जब वो दूसरे लैब्स में जाएंगे तभी तो कर पाएंगे। So that should be there, and what Sir has said, incubation center should be there.
Yes.
That is very important. How they will develop themselves. उसके लिए होना ही चाहिए। Most of the institutes these days are having incubation centers, but every institute should.
हमारा इंक्यूबेशन भी अच्छा चल रहा है मैनेट का।
अरे हमें तो MSME से 15 लाख का वो मिल गया है, प्रोजेक्ट में वो मिल गया कि आप एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाओ, हम देंगे बच्चों को पैसा।
Great.
It is that.
So the laboratories or hackathon labs we can go ahead, or
Yes.
we have a workshop where different vehicles we are innovating. So all students, mechanical,
Yes.
electrical,
Yes.
electronics, all that are working. So automobile engineering combined.
सर was telling about कि हमें global interaction से होना चाहिए FDPs. तो आजकल वो 11 कोर्सेज आते हैं, उसमें ग्लोबली वो 80% कोर्स जो है वो फॉरेनर ही पढ़ाते हैं, केवल 20% आपके इंस्टीट्यूट वाले पढ़ाएंगे. It is like that. So scene is changing, but what I said, holistically it has to change. That we have to.
So the BOS should not be restricted to only our subject. It should combine all these things and think of a problem and then decide what courses, what curriculum we can.
What type of course we want to produce.
Yeah, correct.
जैसे अब हमारे यहाँ एक कोर्स खुला है MSc in एनर्जी एंड इकोनॉमिक्स. तो ये कोई एनर्जी वाले तो नहीं पढ़ाएंगे, केवल इकोनॉमिक्स वाले भी पढ़ाएंगे. तो ह्यूमैनिटीज वालों का इनपुट भी आ गया उसमें. फिर एनर्जी एंड इकोनॉमिक्स है तो उसमें हमारे इलेक्ट्रिकल वाले भी आ जाएंगे, उनका भी इनपुट आएगा. तो बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज तीनों डिपार्टमेंट की और बाहर से तो आएंगे आपके एक्सपर्ट्स, उनको बुलाइए.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. We will proceed for the felicitation and then we will go for the lunch. After lunch, we have 2 more sessions. Session number 3 and 4 on institutional governance for transdisciplinary education, and fourth one is roadmap for global Indian universities. So we will discuss on that. Thank you. Dr. Dwarka Singh sir, please take over. Sir, please. Dr. Sachin Tiwari sir, professor. ये तो मैं सुरेंद्र और
सर प्लीज
सर आइए.
अरे सर प्लीज सीनियर है सर प्लीज.
So good afternoon everyone. After lunch session, heavy rain outside, so we are starting with session 3 and 4. Session 3 theme we have institutional governance for transdisciplinary education, how universities and institutions can govern and what changes are required as per transdisciplinary education. And fourth session is on roadmap for global Indian universities. So how a roadmap can be designed and how universities can be developed on this area, transdisciplinary education as well as national education policy. So I will just go through opening remarks of session 3 and 4. So it is a privilege to speak on the theme which is institutional governance for transdisciplinary education, an area that is gaining urgency as higher education reimagines its role in complex and interconnected world. So transdisciplinary education demands more than curriculum reforms. It requires fundamental shift in how institutions are structured, managed and governed. So traditional models of governance are often aligned with disciplinary silos, which are departments, faculties and accreditation systems that emphasizes specializations. While these structures have supported academic depth, they often limit collaborations across disciplines and hinder innovation. So effective governance for transdisciplinary must therefore enabling rather than restrictive. It calls for flexible policies that encourages collaborations between departments, incentives for faculty to engage in joint teaching, research and platforms, for integrating perspective from industry, communities and policymakers. Leadership must champion culture change, moving from ownership of disciplines towards shared ownership of problems and solutions.
At the same time, the governance framework must address accountability, quality assurance, resource allocation in ways that supports implementation without compromising standards. This includes rethinking faculty evaluation, student assessment, even accreditation system to value cross-disciplinary. Ultimately, institutional governance is about creating an ecosystem where transdisciplinary education can flourish, where learners, educators and external stakeholders co-create the knowledge that not only advances academia but also serves society. As we reflect today, let us consider how governance structures can be reimagined to make higher education truly responsive, agile, transformative in the face of global challenges. So here, to start with institutional governance for transdisciplinary education, traditional universities and institutes we have, and they have achieved too much depth in terms of teaching, learning, in terms of evaluation, in terms of research and innovations. Now for transdisciplinary education or university, if we are focusing on what the reforms are expected, what changes are suggested that we need to go for. Another session we have, which is roadmap for global Indian universities. So I will go for the opening remarks of that. It is an honor to share the thoughts on roadmap on global Indian universities, a vision to resonate strongly with India's aspirations to be hub of knowledge, innovation and cultural influence in 21st century. India has one of the world's largest higher education system, rich in diversity, talent and heritage. When we speak about building a truly global university, we envision an institution that not only serves national priorities but also stands as a beacon of excellence, inclusivity and impact of the world stage. A global Indian university must be rooted in Indian values, traditions and intellectual heritage while simultaneously being open to international collaborations, cutting-edge research and world-class pedagogy. Such a roadmap calls for several priorities, ensuring governance that promotes academic freedom, innovation, designing transdisciplinary curricula that responds to global challenges, creating strong industry, government and international partnerships, and investing in digital infrastructure and research ecosystem that rival the best in the world. Equally important is communication to equity, affordability, sustainability, so that global excellence does not come at the cost of social response. As we reflect on this roadmap, let us think boldly about what it will take for India to host institutions that are not just global in ranking but also global in relevance and contribution. So on this, two topics. One is governance, what reforms are required and what will be the roadmap for the global university, because we should not be restricted to the local area needs to cater, but our students, our faculty members, our research, our innovation should be recognized at global level. That is what we are expecting. So I request Dr. Munesh Chandra sir, Professor at Central University.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So basically, whenever we are talking about the interdisciplinary education or the transdisciplinary education, so in general, whenever we are discussing both the terms, so most of the time it is confusing. I attended many such platforms where the normally people is talking about like we are doing the interdisciplinary, we are offering the subject, we are having this major, this minor. But exactly, if we are talking about the current scenario, the current requirement of the industry, the globally continuous changing of the things, technological advancement, day by day the technology is changing very fast. Now everybody is talking about
AI, cyber security, AI from class 1 onward. In last month, I was meeting in the MSD. I was having meeting with the State Minister, Mr. Jain Chaudhary. So he was saying that we have to like start the AI for class 6 onward. So Manager sir, how it is possible? It is not so easy that we can offer the AI subject from class. When what will be the content? Content you can decide. You are the advisory body. You will develop the content. What will be the content? But that is not like the right platform.
नहीं सर, हम लोगों को टाइम 3:35
हमारा नेक्स्ट
वेरी फाइन टू
बिल्कुल आपका जो भी आदेश है वो स्वीकार
So I was seeing the experience of that meeting. I was trying to convince him, sir, it is not practically possible. At least if we want to launch the course, we can launch from the 9th onward. He was saying, no, we have to launch, we have to compete with the global scenario. It is not always required. Whatever we are thinking is the right. Okay, we have to see like whatever the courses, whatever the policy we are making, for whom we are making. And the point that I was discussing, interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary. So if we are just focusing on the academic part, suppose we are saying that we will offer like some new branch of engineering or something in which we are combining the like curriculum of 2-3 mix. Then it is interdisciplinary. Like simply we are focusing on the curriculum part, we are aligning the 2-3 curriculum. But if we are like including the societal problem, if we are also considering the industrial problem, if we are also considering the climate problem, and how the technology, how the AI and other technology can solve that industrial and technological problem, then it will become the transformation. So it is not only that like we have to think about 2 different curriculum, we have to like align the curriculum, we have to think beyond that. Like how with the help of this particular technology, by using the technology, how we can solve the real world problem. And no doubt, the way you are saying that it is the requirement of today's world, definitely if we are able to focus on the transdisciplinary education, no doubt it is going to change the entire education industry and the academic fraternity over the night. But it is not practically so much easy because there are a lot of hurdles. Like if we see like in the BTech, I will offer the economics, I will offer the sociology, I will offer this, I will offer that. Whether the government will approve, whether the UGC is ready to like give you the recognition, without the proper recognition from the AICT, UGC and other accreditation body, are we able to run the program? And somehow if we are able to run the program, whether we are able to like fulfill the expectations of the industry. So how we can fulfill the expectation of the industry, that can only be identified if we are taking into our platform the right kind of industry persons who are dealing with such kind of things. Suppose if we want to launch any particular program, so for that particular program, we have to identify all the sector. Yesterday I was in a meeting in which like that meeting is organized by Ministry of Education. So I was like one of the participants of that particular meeting. So they are saying that we have to train everyone for the cyber security awareness. So suddenly, like after a lot of discussion, we are agreed that the person who is from art background, for him the training may be different. The person who is from science background, engineering background, management, it should be completely different. So finally, like the 30 members committee, so like we are agree on the one point that this committee will not only hold the engineering graduate, we will have persons from psychology, we will have persons from legal side also, we will have persons from technocrats also, and we will have some management professionals also. And combinedly, like 3 modules we are giving to the technical person, one on the legal aspect, one on the psychological aspect, one on social aspect, and 2 on the management aspect. So finally we have devised the whole curriculum, and the like one day and 30 members committee was like just like fighting. You know the way that professors are reacting. Everyone wants to prove that I am the supreme, I know each and everything. That I was like one of the core committee member of the Cyber Security and Citizen 2030. There is a core committee framed by the PM in 2018. So I was the core member from 2018 to 2025. Still I am the core member. So like lot of discussion, and in that particular meeting a lot of discussions were happening with the armed forces personnel also, raw persons also, like many things are there. So same things apply here also. If we really want to become a world-class university, I am not criticizing here anyone, but sometimes my friends say that I am very blunt. I will say openly whatever came to my mind. The government is giving more than 1,000 crore to each IIT, whether the IIT is doing the right kind of thing. Why the IIT is not in the top 200, 300 rank in the world? Ever any IITs, IIT professors or the IIT director have they think on that particular aspect? No. Once we get the government job, we are 100% satisfied that I am done. So that is the basic problem. I am also like NIT faculty. Okay, so I am not saying that I have done the wonders, but at least whatever best we can do, we have to try. And suppose we want to include the curriculum. Now, the 2-3 meetings I have attended with AICT and UGC also, they are ready for this transdisciplinary education. They are somehow convinced with the transdisciplinary education, but they want one framework. So we have to build a strong committee. That committee, whatever we are thinking on particular curriculum, so what will be the content? So we have to finalize the content and with proper justification. Why we want to include this particular, suppose we want to include the economics. So what is the need of economics in the management and engineering? We have to give the proper justification. Another thing is we have to also focus on the industry point of view. We have to take in in the deep, you can say, strong connect with the industry with proper feedback. Because if we are not taking the proper feedback, somehow what is happening? Mr. X is my friend, so I will invite him, and he is a industry person. He is in TCS, he is in Infosys and Wipro. Whatever suggestion he will give, that is okay. It is not the right way of including the industry person. If we really want to do something, we have to identify the skill gap. Whatever the graduate, engineering graduate, management graduate we are producing, why they are not felicitated? What is the expectations of the industry? And somehow that expectation is not met. So we have to identify that research gap, and that can only be done when we will do the proper research on that particular thing. It is not the way that one day we will suddenly thought that I have to identify the research gap. I am just inviting the 3 industry experts, or we are organizing the CO meet, and in that particular CO meet, whatever the 3 CO will say, we will implement. That is not the right way. Another, whenever we are talking about this transdisciplinary education, so somehow we are seeing, if I am the engineering graduate or the management graduate, whether the societal problem, industrial problem, that are related to my field, whatever my field is, whether I am able to consider those problems, whether I am able to solve those problems. Because whenever we are talking about the transdisciplinary education, we have to focus that I should be the problem solver. Whatever the problem related to my field, I am not saying that I can solve the 100% problem, but at least I have to explore the way we can solve the problem. So over to other experts. Because
yes, so
thank you.
Rightly pointed some of the challenges and how we can go for the problem solving in transdisciplinary education. So many things are there where our governance, the style, traditional universities and institutions, how they are governing, need to have a revise the governing mechanism as well. Because whenever transdisciplinary course or program we are going for, so right now computer professor will be the head of the computer science engineering. Now transdisciplinary program if we are launching, then multiple discipline professors are coming together who will be there heading, and how that BOS will be there, how that faculty or dean is going to be decided, the directives, governance and budgeting, the labs, construction, all that challenges will be there. You need to think on that as well. Now I will request Dr. Dawka Singh is from ISV Solutions Private Limited, Managing Director. Sir is having vast experience running industry as well as in academia, so I request Dwarka Singh sir to share his minds. Yeah.
First thing I would like to say, we are heading towards a real solution. So transdisciplinary is the only thing that is going to happen. So we should be prepared as early as possible. So one thing is very clear, only transdisciplinary is going to happen. Second thing is how we can implement. So we should think on how knowledge can be segregated and then aggregated to make a solution or make a real knowledge transfer kind of thing. So that is going to happen. Means purpose-driven solution. Like we are making a vegetable, and so vegetable is needs lot of things like you need potato, you need tomato, you need spices, you need different items. But what extent what is needed? Salt is needed only up to a certain limit. Chili is needed up to a certain limit. So similarly, in each purpose-driven knowledge transfer, so you have to make a curriculum like in which knowledge, which purpose-driven knowledge, what is needed, how much. So that knowledge segregation, then integration in the different aspects that is needed to be done. And it is a very hectic activity. It is not like that you have told interdisciplinary. Interdisciplinary, you are not breaking the boundaries. Here you are totally breaking the boundary and making it a seamless kind of thing. So you have to make it a seamless kind of thing. So wherever, whatever is needed, that should get and that should get placed to make it a real solution. So that kind of structure you have to build. And for such structure, certainly technology is going to be a very crucial aspects building all these things. So if you think somebody will come and tell something and it is not going to make you. So only thing is for any solution, any knowledge transfer, what are the components are needed. If you are able to build those components, rest technology will take care of to build that solutions. And that is going to the future. And for that, you have to break your entire curriculum into very small parts and you make the credit. If in some parts only 2 credit of that subject is needed, only you plug only 2 credit of activity. If some major aspects needed like 10-20 credit, you put on that. But you have to first build that syllabus into different credit. This only 2 credit is needed. What credit is needed where? Like that grading you should have. So only 9th and 10th is needed here. So you make 9th and 10th as a component of that. So that kind of things you have to build and that can be integrated. That is the major aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Creating different small credits and plug and play or need-based learning or need-based curriculum designing, that also we need to think of. Now moving towards Dr. Saurabh Tiwari, sir.
Hello everyone. I am Dr. Saurabh Tiwari, who is the Director of Technical Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh. And as far as the transdisciplinary education is concerned, we are dealing this matter from last 2-3 years. And I should tell you, I don't know how many of us knows that already 2-3 schemes from Government of India has been introduced. And the name of that scheme is Meru Multidisciplinary Education and Research. Under PM Usha scheme, उच्चतर शिक्षा अभियान, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने already announced किया हुआ है. उसमें they have already given 100 crores fund to many universities. They are running multidisciplinary education. So I am just giving this information that if we do this kind of conference, though, we should call those experts who are running those universities should be called for this as well. I have some solutions and I want to say something if we actually want to run transdisciplinary education, so we have to think about student first, and then whether what the student wants, whether students are aware with industry needs, whether students are aware with the projects or anything which is running in the world. So whether they are informed about global trends, तो ये चीज शुरू होगी स्कूल एजुकेशन से। मैंने इसमें देखा था कुछ स्कूल से भी आपने लोगों को बुलाया है। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू सी दैट कि स्कूल के लोग भी उनको बता सकते हैं, क्योंकि एज फार एज वी पीपल आर कंसर्न, हम लोग गवर्नमेंट रन कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हमको जो बच्चा वहां से आके मिलता है, we are giving every year more than 1.5 lakhs students admission in technical education. It can be MBA, MCA, BTech, many courses are there. But what we have to follow? We have to follow the instructions of 4 bodies. And the bodies, as that fellow is said, ki without recognition you cannot the transdisciplinary education. तो ये बॉडीज जो है आपका AICTE हो, PCI हो, COA है, UGC है, तो we don't have any option, we have to follow these guidelines. तो अगर ये ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन जो शुरू कर चुके हैं, जो मैंने आपको बताया कि कई यूनिवर्सिटीज को ग्रांट्स मिल चुके हैं, वो अपने रन कर रहे हैं, तो उनके थ्रू हम इसको बेटर कर सकते हैं. The first suggestion is, my suggestion is, we have to go beyond the limit for student and faculty both. We have to make training at regular intervals. What I have seen कि आप फैकल्टी को 1 साल ट्रेन करते हो, फिर उसको 1 महीने भेजते हो, 1 हफ्ते की ट्रेनिंग होती है, इंडस्ट्री में क्या हो रहा है उसे भी नहीं पता होता है, वो बच्चे को पढ़ाने जाता है, तो करिकुलम भी मोस्टली वही फैकल्टीज डिसाइड कर देते हैं. अब वो करिकुलम जो आता है वो इंडस्ट्री के हिसाब से आता है, फैकल्टी कोई और पढ़ाती है, तो बच्चा क्या सीख रहा है, वो जो निकल कर आ रहा है रेशो हमारे सामने, वो बहुत लिमिटेड है. तो हम इस सिनेरियो में ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी कर लें या कोई भी एजुकेशन कर लें, जब तक हम लोग सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो सकते, जब तक हम इस इशू को एड्रेस नहीं करें. वी वांट स्टूडेंट who knows global challenges, global environments, and we want those kind of faculty who can go beyond the limits for training, education and research. जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि भाई हम लोग को गवर्नमेंट नौकरी लग गई, हम लोग बहुत खुश हो गए कि हमारी सैलरी 1 तारीख को क्रेडिट हो जाती है, मैसेज आ जाता है. That is not done. That is not done. As far as बहुत सारे लोग हैं ऐसे जो केवल इस पे नहीं चल रहे हैं. हम लोगों को कुछ अच्छा भी करना है. पहले गवर्नमेंट ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश में अगर आप लोग जानते हो, तो हम लोग ट्रेडिशनल वे में काउंसलिंग करा करते थे, बच्चों को बुलाते थे, वी कॉल एवरीवन. फिर हमारे 4 सर्वर्स होते थे, जबलपुर, भोपाल, इंदौर में. फिर वहां का बंद हो गया तो यहाँ चालू हो गया, यहाँ का बंद हो गया वहां चालू हो गया. नाउ वी हैव मूव टू ऑनलाइन काउंसलिंग. आप घर बैठे हमारा बच्चा काउंसलिंग में पार्टिसिपेट कर सकता है. तो वो जो स्टेप बाय स्टेप प्रोसीजर है, हमको 8 साल लग गए इसमें. तो ये जो ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन है, इसको भी आप सोचें कि सिंगल च्युइंगम में आप ले लेंगे, दैट इज नॉट डन. उसमें भी आपको समय लगेगा. अभी जहां चल रहा है, मैं विजिट कर चुका हूं कई इंस्टीट्यूशंस को, पर वहां पर भी आई एम नॉट वेरी सेटिस्फाइड. दे आर डूइंग बट दे विल टेक टाइम. सो सजेशन इज एम्पावर फैकल्टी, empower students so they can go beyond the limits for thinking. One thing is very important, what I have seen, academic autonomy. Academic autonomy for any transdisciplinary education is very necessary. Academic autonomy में क्या होता है कि मैं बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटी में जहाँ गया तो मैंने देखा कि उनके जो इंस्टीट्यूट है उनको एकेडमिक ऑटोनॉमी उनके पास नहीं है. अब वो यूनिवर्सिटी जो बताती है वो उसको एड्रेस ही नहीं कर पा रहे हैं उस करिकुलम. एंड दैट इज बिग चैलेंज कि बच्चे को ये पता नहीं है कि हमको सीखना क्या है. कि अगर इंडस्ट्री को 2 स्ट्रोक इंजन बनाना है तो वो उसको 4 स्ट्रोक पढ़ाने लग रहे हैं. ऐसी स्थितियां हैं जो अपन ग्राउंड लेवल पर अगर प्रैक्टिकली प्रॉब्लम्स पर देखें, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है एकेडमिक ऑटोनॉमी में वहीं के प्रोफेसर्स होते हैं, वहीं उनको एक अच्छी बॉडीज बनाना चाहिए, प्रॉपर एक मैनेजमेंट होना चाहिए जिससे करिकुलम और एड्रेस ऑन करिकुलम कि करिकुलम हमने क्या बनाया है और व्हाट स्टूडेंट इज गेटिंग. स्टूडेंट को करिकुलम को मिल रहा है कि नहीं मिल रहा है, इस पे हमको थोड़ा सा इस पे देखना पड़ेगा. One more thing, we have to plan this transdisciplinary education such a way so it can address some complex problem which cannot solve by any single discipline. हो सकता है कोई इंजीनियरिंग डिसिप्लिन से हो और वो प्रॉब्लम को रिलेट करें अपन एक ह्यूमैनिटी से, तो हम केवल क्या प्रोफेशनल देना चाहते हैं बच्चों को, या हम उसमें एथिकली और ह्यूमन एथिक्स भी उनको सिखाना चाहते हैं। ह्यूमैनिटीज के आपके वेदर फोरकास्टिंग के बहुत सारे ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जो इंजीनियरिंग एआई, आजकल हम लोग एक चीज सुन रहे हैं एआई लगा दो, एआई लगाते लगाते बच्चे को एआई कहां लगाना अब ये नहीं समझ में आया। आई हैव विजिटेड मेनी यूनिवर्सिटी जहां मैंने बच्चों से बात की कि आप एआई टूल यूज करते हो, जैसे हम यस सर वी यूज एआई टूल, तो क्या यूज करते हो एआई टूल में, तो वो बताएंगे कि हमको अपना जब प्रैक्टिकल फाइल मिलती है उसको बना देते हैं। एंड पहले जब आप लोग पढ़ते होंगे तो you people will get this much time and we people get this much time with the IT। कर क्या रहे, प्रैक्टिकल फाइल बना रहे, सो नॉलेज वो पढ़ नहीं रहा, नॉलेज और कम हो रहा है। So this is the disadvantage of AI. One more thing I want to say, we have to frame a quality assurance framework. There can be many things. General body, BOS, Board of Studies, and in Board of Studies, we must place some people with every discipline, and we should not give this kind of education कि हमने केवल मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी बनाना है तो हमने 5 लोगों को रखा दिया उसमें। We should go for different kind of discipline. It can be humanity, arts, commerce. Not the concept is how to relate commerce with engineering application and develop some complex or any kind of product for industry. कि आप मल्टीपल चीजों को यूज करके एक सही प्रोडक्ट कैसे डिजाइन कर सकते हो, आर्किटेक्ट कैसे कर सकते हो उसका, दैट इज द क्वेश्चन। I already told Meru and PM Usha, NEP 2020 already issues many guidelines for promoting transdisciplinary projects. Funds are there, many funds are there for transdisciplinary projects. अगर आप एक transdisciplinary education की एक यूनिवर्सिटी खोलते हैं तो I suggest कि सबसे पहले तो उसमें जो funds होंगे उसमें इस तरह के प्रोजेक्ट्स को ज्यादा फंड्स मिलने चाहिए जिसमें मल्टीपल कंसेप्ट ऑफ ट्रांसडिसिप्लिन इन्वॉल्व हो, नॉट ओनली कि सिंगल और इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स ना हो तो वो काम कर नहीं पाएगा। So these are my suggestions. Thank you very much for giving me time.
Thank you very much, sir. From Government of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Government of India, many initiatives are there for interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary education, and your insightful thoughts are always going to help us. Now I request Jaswant Sir from ISA to share his mind on the institutional governance for transdisciplinary.
Yeah, so I know, I'm Jaswant. So I have few points to make. I hope that will be beneficial to you. So one thing is, while promoting transdisciplinary, don't forget core topics. You cannot go for 100% transdisciplinary. You have to have a balance of core subjects and interdisciplinary subjects. And so I come from the data science department, which is an interdisciplinary department. So we have faculties from computer science, from electrical, from other branches, banks and all, right? So if you are planning for an interdisciplinary department, make sure to have a good composition of different faculties so that whenever a course related to a particular stream is, suppose algorithm needs to be done, so I can teach that. So suppose signal processing needs to be done, so person from electrical background can teach that, right? So that composition of faculty needs to be well developed. And I'm pretty sure universities like MIT, Stanford, they are in that way, right? So currently, irrespective of any institute you go, whether it is IIT, whether it is MIT, or whether it is XYZ, if you don't have bachelor's and master's and PhD, all three from a particular department, I'm telling about core department like civil, mechanical, and it may be changing recently, but traditionally people were like that. So, if you want to accommodate transdisciplinary, if you want to be interdisciplinary, then every department have to take a call. Okay, 50 to 60% faculty will have from core, but 30% or something, or 40% or something, we should go to interdisciplinary. Another thing I want to make is, you have to make undergraduate top research divisions, not departments. And there can be multiple institutes that can work under that division. For example, I'm giving an example of CA, so where computer science and engineering is a whole different department, and you have many institutes like Language Technology Institute, Vision Institute. So Language Technology Institute means totally maybe 30 or 50 faculty supporting working on energy or building language model or some stuff. And that institutes have to be interdisciplinary because when you are working, some example I'm giving from ITI, so some faculties have to be from linguists because LLP is not just about technology, about natural languages. Some people have to be from psychology background and all. So that composition of every institute have to be interdisciplinary. Why I am specifying this? Because the bridge between two departments or bridge between two disciplines that have to be done in a more systematic and well thought manner. It cannot be, just randomly, having, okay, you develop a course that will be supported by multiple departments, right? Also, one is the faculty composition and all. Also, the courses that we teach, right? So one thing is, in a field like AI, where things move very fast, right? So for example, in traditional CS or software engineering field, we say that generation change happens in 5 years. In my field, it's actually 6 months. So for example, I heard people were saying about ChatGPT, but for your kind information, ChatGPT is outdated tool. So there are many other tools that are coming up, right? So no doubt you have to go transdisciplinary, you have to have a systematic curriculum, very fixed set of curriculum. You have to also accommodate a room where curriculum can be modified easily. For example, I teach a course, Advanced NLP in Bhopal. Its course content changes rapidly, so it's always 40% or 50% change. So traditional NLP course is as it is, but advanced NLP have to be modified very rapidly. So those, instead of focusing, instead of saying faculty, okay, design a curriculum in a very traditional fixed manner, we should allow people to modify it. I'm not sure how much that is flexible with other institutes. Fortunately, some IITs and some ISIS they provide this flexibility. And finally, I want to make a very important point. You have to treat your professors as researchers, right? And it is irrespective of whether it is a IIT or NIT or any other college, right? You have to remove the admin activities. So in Western academia, you have HR people. You have a set of HR people who take the things, who arrange things for you. If I have to arrange a conference, I don't need to do whom I should call, whom I should meet, and when I should meet, those nitty-gritty things. That jobs are for HR. All I have to do is, I have to ask HR, okay, from this to this date, I have to arrange a conference, please see who will be available, what are the nitty-gritty things to be done. The moment you ask your professors to be researchers, for which they are actually training for. If you are a doctor of philosophy, it means you have a research background, right? So they will excel in that part. Don't mix up admin activities with your academic activities, traditional academic activities. Of course, when I'm saying you have to treat your professors as researchers, it means also you have to also teach, not just researchers, right? So my final point would be around that remove admin activities. You should have some HR people, which is again, in academia I don't see any HR people here. But yes, have something policy level, policy guys are here, so I will give you guys some.
That's very interesting.
Sir,
Because it
because
is not even practical
teachers
for
is
the
mostly
medical
the
Yeah, so see, the thing is, if you want people like me, so I heard some brothers of you regarding IIT people like now, regarding they should deliver and all, so something he said. So what I am saying is,
I think that particular point because I know many of the professors.
That's okay, sir.
More than 50 professors I know in last 20 years they never visit to their class. If this is the right way,
No.
if you are the professor of IIT,
Certainly.
most of the time MTech and PhD students are taking classes. Why the government is paying to you?
So
If government will take the action, government is not supporting the
that may be
IIT.
some outlier or something. So I'm telling you the general, the mainstream faculties and all. So, for example, lab sessions and Professor Padasan even said that in most of the US Europe colleges, even the coffee checking, lab conduct, these kind of activities are actually done by PhDs. Right? So that's a normal thing. Now, what I am saying is, if you will give space to professors to think about certain problems, they will try to, update themselves with the recent advances, especially in fields like CS, AI, and all. Right? So, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. So, another thing is, again, I'm just seeing everybody's last point, but nothing. So, things have been CS plus X or AI plus X. You can't have a physics department without, you can have of course, but you should not have any department without AI and CS not integrated with it. Right? If you go to any Western universities, you will say, okay, major in physics, minor in CS, major in physics, minor in AI, or something like that. AI and CS are like salt. Right? You have to mix it everywhere to enhance the test, to enhance your research activity and all. And that solves the major of the issues. For example, employability. So most of the people who are working with like whether it is from biology background, whether it's from chemistry background, they all get into AI jobs only, mostly because opportunities are there more. But they have done their coursework in data science as well. No doubt they are working on a problem from biology field or economics field or any field, but they have well trained, they have some set of courses taken from it, CS plus AI. So that thing needs to, I don't think in NITs and IIITs people have, or even majority of IITs, I don't think people have a bunch of CS folks as interdisciplinary or something, or to their traditional departments like electrical, mechanical or something like that. So yeah, I hope.
Yeah, so very thoughtful discussion, and that the barriers we need to remove. Only plain physics or plain mechanics and only computer science will not help you out in future. So, and the professors or the government job, it is almost a different discussion, and there are few outliers. There are very good professors as well. They are taking too much and doing too much for students as well and for the society. So, as government aspect is that they need to see the whole data, and there are some outliers as well that need to treat differently.
May I say something?
Yes, please.
Actually, I have seen two issues. Like one is like we should have all the faculty in the one department. Suppose if we want to run some interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary course, we should have all the faculty in one department. I am not agree on that particular point. Even if you visit the MIT, Mississippi University, whatever the world top class university, Oxford, they are not having all the faculty in the same department. Because the collaboration among the different departments is very necessary. If you have all the required faculty in the same department, never the collaboration will happen. So transdisciplinary start from the collaboration at least among the department within the same institution. As well as some things like whenever we are talking about industry expectation, industry alignment, so we should invite the industry expert. That's why the UGC has given like the concept of this professor of practice and associate of practice. So why that concept is given? Because if we want the industry expert, we should hire the person from the industry. And it does not mean that we should hire the full time, always we have to pay the 12 months salary. We can call them on the, like whatever as per our requirement, we can make the contract that in around the year it should come for 1 or 2 months. Because the technology is changing very fast. If we hire all the faculty in the same department, suddenly after 2 years technology will change. What we will do with the faculty? Neither we can hire, nor we can fire. They will go all to the court.
Absolutely.
So we should have, like, if the technology is changing, we have to take it into consideration. Like we have to think beyond the, what is coming next. Another point, someone was saying this, like we should ask from the student what they want to learn. It is not the right way. As per my observation, I have seen the state government institute, NIT, I have seen. Now I am in the policy making. I have seen all the platform. 90% of the crowd of our country, they are not able to identify क्या करना है उनको. Parents ने ये कह दिया इसलिए मैं ऐसा करता हूँ. My friend has sent this because I will do. My teacher has said इसलिए only 10% students they are able to identify their goal. So how we can say we will offer the course as per the student expectation? No, we have to identify the industry need. Because ultimately the goal of the education is either the job or the self-entrepreneurship. That is possible only and only whenever we are able to identify the industry expectation, the society expectation, the market expectation. And apart from that, we have to identify and we have to train and guide. That's why the government of India this year is launching the career guidance cell at the block level. I was one of the members of that particular committee. So the government is launching the career guidance cell block level in all the schools around the country. Apart from that, the government of India is also planning to launch from next year onward entrepreneurship development cell in all the schools from 9th onward. These steps is very much required. Ultimately, if I do not know what I should do, so either I will listen to the parents or the teachers or the friends or the relatives.
That is all about.
So ultimately,
that is all about for student awareness.
So ultimately, we have to motivate the student, we have to guide them, we have to make aware them. And once they are aware, अगर वो अपनी मर्जी से कुछ सिलेक्ट करेंगे, that will be the better. अगर उनको नहीं पता है, उन्हीं से पूछ के वो जो करना चाहे कर देंगे, that is not. स्टूडेंट ने कह दिया कि बीटेक कंप्यूटर साइंस, I want to study the history, I want to study the geography, I want to economics. What is the future of those particular subjects? So that we have to take it into consideration. Apart from that, like sir was saying, like regarding this, the core content should be focused. That is obviously minimum as per the international guideline. We should have the 60 to 70% core curriculum and 30 to 40% only the interdisciplinary or the transdisciplinary. Apart from that, whatever the university they are claiming that they are offering the transdisciplinary education. At present, no one is offering the transdisciplinary in the India. Not a single university. Many institutes they are claiming. I have visited 4 or 5 of such universities. They are just offering the interdisciplinary, not the transdisciplinary. Just making the claim that I am the, it is not. They have not identified any societal problem. They have not identified industrial problem. Just they are combining the 2-3 branches together and offering the interdisciplinary subject. So that's why if we are talking about slowly on the transdisciplinary, first we have to identify how we can make aware, motivate to become the entrepreneur, to become the innovator, to become the thinker, to become the problem solver. So once we are able to guide them, motivate them, aware them on these particular aspects, then only we can say that yes, now our education is on the transdisciplinary mode. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And to aware students what they like, what they want to do, and to ask them what is their passion. School part comes into the picture where we have Mr. Victor Swami, he is trustee and principal of a school from Indore. He is the alumni of MIT as well, and my direct student. I taught him. So as a teacher, I am proud he is that. Institutional governance, as he is one of the administrators in school, how I mean,
we can change the thoughts of institutional governance for transdisciplinary. That your thoughts, please.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present, and as sir told, it's a special moment for me as well, being not just the alumni but direct student of sir. So thank you for inviting me here. And I have been here since the past 2 sessions, and many dignitaries have spoken about transdisciplinary education. But institutional governance for transdisciplinary education. Sir just mentioned that this is definitely the future, transdisciplinary education. But how to take it forward? And that's where governance comes into play. Just a few minutes ago, we had a very good discussion, different topics of conflicts, discussions, policy side, professors side, different problems. And this discussion itself tells the importance of governance, because when you get into transdisciplinary education, whichever university, college, organization, body, the governance, the governing body has to rectify all these issues. It has to take into account all the stakeholders, and when we talk about stakeholders, we talk about students, we talk about professors, we talk about parents, and we talk about society in large, society in general. And why transdisciplinary education? Especially post-COVID, the world has changed dramatically. There is no doubt about it. There were a few mention of artificial intelligence tools. Certainly, sir told that ChatGPT itself has become outdated now. That's very true. But 5-6 years ago, nobody heard about ChatGPT. And within 5 years, it's outdated. So if you look at changes in human history, radio to reach 1 million people, it took more than 2 decades. And ChatGPT did it in a couple of days. So that is the magnitude of change that as educationists we need to tackle, that speed of change. So obviously transdisciplinary education, I also feel, is the future. As sir also told, both of you also mentioned, that it is not that easy. We can say we can take one department, we can take one course from here, one course from there, and say, no, that's not transdisciplinary. That might be interdisciplinary or probably multidisciplinary, but not transdisciplinary. Transdisciplinary will have to solve real life issues, societal issues. The college, the university, even school for that matter, because I come from school background, so you need to involve society at large. Only then transdisciplinary education will take place. And as far as institutional governance is concerned, I would like to believe that the policies have to be made, or the governing bodies can look at a very simple alphabet T. If you look at the alphabet T, it's made up of 2 lines. One is horizontal and one is vertical. So horizontal line can depict the breadth of departments that you take in. So a student or a faculty can have or should have seamless access through all the departments. That depicts the horizontal line. And as sir told, and sir also mentioned, that you cannot ignore the core competencies, definitely. So you can get seamlessly into other departments, but your core competency should be as in-depth as possible. That denotes the vertical line. So as far as policies are concerned, governing bodies concerned, if we look at it that way, or if we go through that way, I think it will be beneficial for not just the students but also the stakeholders. And why transdisciplinary education is important? Because now and in the future, it is not possible to just be part of one subject, one department, and be a professor or get into a job and live 20-30 years. It's not possible. It's definitely not possible. The world is changing at a very rapid pace. So a person, a student, a professional, a professor, an educator has to have a bit of knowledge of everything and an in-depth knowledge of whatever department the person comes from. So all this talk, all this discussion will come to fruition only if we have a visionary governing body. And that is why institutional governance is important. The vision, what the governing body has, is it implemented or not? And again, any educational body, it has an administrative side, it has an academic side. And both are equally important and both are completely different. They both run parallel. They don't intersect, but they run parallel. So, transdisciplinary educational institute will not just start in the classroom, it will start from the entrance gate itself. How you have structured your college. Do you still have a math department separately, a physics department 2 kilometers away, an English department another 1 kilometer away? Or is it easy, designed in a way that students and faculties can move across departments? So from there it starts, then comes into academics. All this is possible, all these problems have to be tackled by the governing body. So institutional governance for transdisciplinary education is the first step to get into transdisciplinary education, and definitely this is the future, and I'm happy that MIT is looking forward to it and coming up with a transdisciplinary institute in 2026 in Goa. So I hope that all these discussions, the points that come across, the university takes it, and as I told, it's not just institute on paper, but it is there on the field. As a student, as a parent, as a professional, if a person enters the gate, feels that yeah, I'm entering into a different university, a different college which I've never seen in India before. So I guess that's how important it is, and I hope that this helps.
Yes, thank you very much, George. And now moving towards session 4, which is on the theme roadmap for global Indian university. At global ranking, we are standing, Indian universities, Indian institutions as well. But how roadmap, if traditional universities, institutions, or institutions are doing good, what new things, how we can go ahead, our IITs, NITs, central universities, institutions of excellence, how they can proceed further, what new things we need to go for. So that roadmap we need to think of. So I will ask Dr. Sachin Dr. Sachin Tiwari, Professor NIT Pradiyar, Bhopal. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and I think this was a very great discussion about the transdisciplinary approach. I am a professor in National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Bhopal. Our institute basically working in the field of curriculum development, pedagogy, education technology, teachers training, and research and development. That means we also focusing on the renewable energy, drone, semiconductor, etc. Simultaneously, I am a member of Madhya Pradesh Private University Duty Commission in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Now, 53 private universities are running in MP. Symbiosis in one of your group, Avantika, Jain, and JP University, Guna, VIT in Silver, etc. So they all are doing well. Even your Avantika University also run very good courses, especially in the field of design. So they are running BDS and DS and design. They specifically work in that particular field and implement very wonderful curricula about it. I am also a member of a task force that may in respect to implement the national education policy in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So basically I want to mention that when we sitting in respect to the NEP implementation in the state, Honorable Minister of Higher Education is the chairman and principal secretary was actually the secretary of that committee. That is we are only 23 members in that committee. So, according to NEP, they implement major course, minor course, vocational course, etc. So they also implement some, I want to add some point in transdisciplinary actually.
Yes.
So they also include or implement transdisciplinary approach. The concept behind the transdisciplinary approach is that basically, for the example, if we want to do work in the field of space, so space field is not only related to the mechanical engineering or civil engineering. So that means we should make the effort in such a way that we can complete that task in successful manner with respect to approach or combine all the effort related to that particular real-time project actually. Similarly, when we are talking about the vocational courses in that NEP, so that time I also told in that meeting, if we talk about the Madhya Pradesh only, there are Sangeet Kala Vishwavidyalaya running in Madhya Pradesh. They are running 11 institutions in MP. So why not the Education Institute give the chance to the student that they can take admission or do some course of 2 or 4 or 3 credit course from that Sangeet Kala Vishwavidyalaya, or even so many institute of the Government of India related to the agriculture, related to the plastic engineering, related to the foreign trade, related to the textile. So that resource may be used in respect to the student may be developed in such a way that he or she may be ready for the future. So the main concept behind to develop a nation in respect for every person should be stand in their sustainable model for the great, making the great India. Second thing, when we talk about, as you told about the academic excellence in international level, so I know that you are also doing some good effort in that respect. Even I have visited your website, so more than 70 students visited in different universities in world actually, and they are also doing some credit course from that international universities. So that exposure was very good. Actually, we all are doing the work in respect to the real-time problems. And from 90s, we are already talking about industry interaction should be more, that the curriculum should be developed with the effort of some stakeholders or different stakeholders. But till now, we are not in a position to solve that issue, just talking about that. But here I want to mention some effort that making in India in respect to that as well. For example, NEP is very, very fantastic draft actually, or the roadmap by which we can make the complete education system in different or in respect to this era actually. After that, the government implement the NCRF 2023, and that NCRF basically develop the approach in respect to transfer the candidate from national education to skill education or vocational education and etc. And complete education system divided from level 1 to level 8. And the learning of every student may be prioritized. And that learning of student may be utilized for their future also. So that means the concept of academic bank of credit, ID, the student may be free to take the admission in any university or the institute, and they can earn that credit 2, 4 and more than that, then the credit may be same in ABC, academic bank of credit. When he or she completed the requirement of the credit in respect to the diploma, degree and PG program, the university may provide that degree also. So that means now the government of India make a good structure or pathway or draw the line in that respect. So just we want to make a process by which we can implement or we want to do in that respect. The clarity is basically very clear in that in our. So when we are talking about the world presence, so we all know that at the time of I think 300 BC or 400 BC, the India run so many universities in our area, that is Taxila Vishwavidyalaya, Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya. Even we are sitting in the Bhopal and near about Ujjain, basically that is the Vikramshila Vishwavidyalaya. Sandeepni Ashram is basically the Vishwavidyalaya where the Lord Krishna is basically studied at that period or that era. But in the even modern time, that is the Vikramshila Vishwavidyalaya in Ujjain. So that means we have a potential to develop an environment in which the world take the interest in respect to find the real-time solution for the world. So, what are the problems that are facing in the world nowadays? So, we can talk about the security problem, financial problem, technical problem. Now we can see that after the Trump era, the direction of world is just different from the previous, and national security issues also most important. So what is the thought process in India and what are the support systems that may be generated from the India to solve this type of problem? I think we should be work in that respect to develop the identity of the India that when we follow the path developed by the world, they are always talking about the world is established after the France ki Kranti, and then the concept and definitions are defined, and we also try to follow that definitions. That is okay. That is okay. I am not question about the universities that are running in the world and India and the direction of that universities or the education system. I am not questioning that approach. But the identity should, if you want to develop the identity of the Indian universities or the Indian universities should be established at the world level, then the thought process of India should be established. Otherwise, we not be able to provide the solution for the world. And when we are not able to provide the solution for the world problem, then we don't make the India as a pride in the education system. That not be possible. So that's why the problem that are facing by the world and that solution should be provided by India. For that respect, the university or education system should be developed accordingly. Or for that purpose, we can make so many efforts. Effort like just you already implement. That means the transformation of the student or the faculty. Even we can also contribute with the research with the different world universities. Actually, in this current era, everybody wants want some output from any effort. World also want to output from that effort. And if we are not able to give that solution, so why they are trying to cope up with us? One matter is the financing. Now all the coordination mainly depend upon the financial risks, where the Britain and UK always try to want some Indian student in their universities for the financial support. But that contribution should be more from the India. And when we try to our best in that respect, that only we can establish our identity, and we will be able to contribute for the same actually. So that's why in that respect our effort should be more. We can make environment in where we provide the independence to the teachers, as sir already told. Provide the infrastructure also. But apart from that, previously I have mentioned that the facility of the India or the coordination among the different institutions should be more. It may be possible that NIT we are not able to provide the training or the education in a particular area. But if NIT Bhopal or even Avantika University Ujjain able to do that or contribute in that respect, so why we are not ready to combine with each other? That means the strength of our India should be one platform. That should be open platform where each and every will discuss and work together for the world problem, real-time problem, maybe technical, social or others, and then coordinate with the world universities, institutes, and even do some work for the world real-time problems. Then we can make an environment or identification in respect to that the world generate the interest in the India or we also. So I think proceed.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachit Tiwari sir, for your insightful thoughts. Definitely India is rich in terms of heritage, education system. You have taken a few names of old universities and ashrams as well. We are going to establish yoga from a long time, and now Western is calling us, and definitely our education system, Indian universities and institutions will do a great work in future as well, so that Western will follow India in future, looking positive for that. Now moving towards Professor Yadunnath Patel sir from MANIT only. So over to you sir.
Thank you sir. Please don't take otherwise. यहाँ ऑर्गेनाइजर्स भी हैं, पॉलिसी मेकर्स भी हैं, इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट्स भी हैं, प्रोफेसर भी हैं और प्रोफेसर पॉलिसी मेकर्स के पीछे वाले लोग भी हैं. मतलब मैं सचिन भाई के बारे में कहना चाह रहा हूँ. हम लोगों ने बात की, बड़ी बड़ी बातें की, इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी और ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी और ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटीज की. सबसे की पॉइंट जो है वो टाइम का पंक्चुअल है. वो हम में से एक भी नहीं था कोई भी. और हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं ग्लोबल इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटीज की, इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी और ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरीज का. तो सबसे पहले की पॉइंट तो पंक्चुअल होना है. तो बड़ी बड़ी बातें करी उन्होंने, तक्षणा और ये फलाना टीम का, और पंक्चुअल तो कोई भी नहीं है. तो ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए सबसे पहले मैं कहता हूँ, ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटी या इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटी या कोई भी कॉलेज हो या हमारे डे टू लाइफ हो, पंक्चुअल होना सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है. बाकी हम आते हैं कि हाउ टू मेक अ ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटी. तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग इसको पहले फेज में डिवाइड करना चाहिए. सो फर्स्ट फेज में हम लोगों को क्या करना चाहिए कि हमें विजन डिसाइड करना चाहिए कि व्हाट शुड बी द विजन. and that meet to the global era and with Indian ethos or Indian knowledge system. Then we find out the good location and infrastructure as well. Then academia planning, and then partnership and collaboration, जिसके बारे में policy makers, मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट और सचिन भाई ने भी कहा, सर ने भी कहा, तो that is a key point, partnership or collaboration. So we have to MOUs with global universities and recent industries. We have a good MOUs with top 100 universities and best industries. Then another point is brand building with global thought leaders. That is a very very important point कि जो दिखता है वही दिखता है. तो brand building is very important. And other phases में हमको divide करना चाहिए कि भाई launch and early growth क्या होगा, फिर global integration and impact कैसा होगा, then legacy and leadership. और सबसे पहले हम सबको ये ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि we are a teacher. हम लोग टीचर हैं, तो अगर हम ही पंक्चुअल नहीं होंगे तो हम अपने स्टूडेंट को पंक्चुअल नहीं कर सकते हैं. तो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स के लिए भी और पॉलिसी मेकर्स के लिए भी ये मेरी तरफ से मतलब है कि प्लीज इसको टाइमली ऑर्गेनाइज करें. टाइम बाउंडेशन होना चाहिए टाइम का. ऐसा नहीं है कि टाइम पे आने के बाद ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको 5 मिनट दिए गए, आपको 5 मिनट में कंक्लूड करना है, नॉट 10 मिनट्स. अगर आपने 10 मिनट्स में कंक्लूड किया तो आपने 5 मिनट दूसरे के खराब कर दिए. So टाइम स्पेसिफिक होना चाहिए. बेसिक मतलब the key point is that कि पंक्चुअल होना चाहिए. अगर हम पंक्चुअल नहीं है तो हम कितने बड़े भी रिसर्चर हो जाए, कितने बड़े भी हार्डकोर टीचर हो जाए, कितने बड़े भी हम पॉलिसी मेकर हो जाए या कुछ भी हो जाए, अगर हम पंक्चुअल नहीं है तो नहीं कुछ भी, हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को कुछ भी नहीं दे सकते. That is from my side.
Thank you very much, sir. And definitely we need to follow and respect each other's time. So we have all great people here sitting, and their time is too much precious that we need to follow. And your thoughts about global Indian University and perspective of that, what steps we need to follow, that definitely your suggestions are welcome. Now I will request Professor Surendra Suri sir from MANIT to share his thoughts.
सबने सब कुछ ऑलमोस्ट बोल दिया है, सो आई वांट टू कंक्लूड द थिंग्स. वी शुड नॉट create just like a shopping mall in the name of intra, multi or a targeted disciplinary education. The education system must be decentralized at a certain level, then it becomes a certain centralized at a certain level to solve the problem of industry academy. Example like a medical education. They have a separate doctor in a separate field, but they solve a problem jointly to recognize a joint event. That must be happen in the our education system also. So that is the main conclusion. Transdisciplinary means one collaboration of the expert in a respective field. So in the name of change in the syllabus, as per the academia requirement, as per the student requirement, not. We have to generate the expert in a certain field and find out the problem that can be solved by the certain experts as we have. If we want to make a collaboration at the level of 9th, 10th, or 12th, then we are generating just like a khichdi, which will have a meaningless education. So first we develop a code, generate a one expert in a certain discipline and take the expertise of that person to solve the X or Y problem. In a certain level we also using a little bit of a kind of a transdisciplinary education, or you can say the interdisciplinary education like a minor degree we are offering in MANIT like this. So from X ST person can opt a by stream to take a minor degree and all. So what we are also giving a various kind of education to a single person, or we are generating a one person which is having a little bit of other domain knowledge also. But he is expert is on his own domain also. So we can So like this one, if I am taking a person which is expert in X stream, can have a knowledge of that X stream, but can extend his knowledge on a Y stream also. So we have to, in the road, the name of the road map, we have to just make a collaboration of the expert, nothing else. That is from my side. Thank you.
Great, sir. Thank you for your thoughts on roadmap for global ranking. So almost we need to,
I have
sir,
two points to make. When you are thinking about
Yes, sir.
you are going to have a roadmap for global university. So in my IIT days, we used to make fun of one thing. From last 50 years, IITs are always one of the MIT, but it's not establishing itself as MIT, right? So it's like for last 50 years. So then the thing is, what really makes global university? Consider the case of Harvard or Stanford or CMU and all. One thing, couple of things I notice is they have respect for every discipline. Their humanities departments are as strong as their engineering, their medical departments are as strong as their engineering. Every department is equally strong. Slowly, people from IISc, IIT, KGP, Kanpur, these people are realizing and they are opening up their medical colleges and all. But still, I say many disciplines are still, they are lacking behind. The moment every discipline that's there in an institute are performing top-notch in their respective field, they will have mutual respect for each other. The moment they have mutual respect for each other, transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary education will be raised, like it will succeed. You can't, so an institute is like a body. You cannot simply have exercise for biceps and all and ignore rest of your body. That's not possible, right? For example, I'm giving a classical example. Suppose I want to work on a neurolinguistic problem that requires psychiatric input as well. So the nearest institute I have where I find medical researchers are in AIIMS Bhopal, or I have a couple of other institutes. And I stay in IISc Bhopal, which is like very far away. And you have a medical person sitting perhaps 1 kilometer away or maybe 500 meters away, that really creates an impact, right? The more frequent, the meetings will be more frequent. Again, people can argue that, okay, online meetings are always great. That's there, but the moment when you are just casually walking and you'll have, you are talking to a doctor, different aspects, it will, many research happens casually only, for example. So I work on psychology, like what psychology related to mental health. And I always thought that it is the victim who gets bullied is always under stress. But one psychology professor said, no, it's not the case. The person who actually bullies, it is also, there are also mental health issues. That's why he is bullying, because there is deep insecurities and all. And then we went to the classical theory of psychology and all. So that kind of things may not happen in an online call. Right? So that is one aspect. Have respect for every discipline. I don't want to tell how is the current state. You already, people from NITs and IITs, ISOs, they know, right? So some departments they are always, if it is IIT, then CS plus scientific branches are superior. If it is ISO, then perhaps classical core science branches are superior. Those things are there, but that mindset has to be changed. Second thing is, China and India were nearly similar, their progress has been nearly similar. What things they are doing that we are not doing? For example, in NITs, IITs, we typically go for Q1 journals, right? That's people go. But are all Q1 journals equally important? Answer is a big no. If you are publishing in Nature, perhaps that's far better than publishing in a normal Q1 journal. So that distinction needs to be made, and incentive has to be made accordingly. Right? For example, in my case, in AI, it's all about conferences. We have a bunch of conferences listed by core agency, that's Australian group of universities, and we always try to publish about them. Maybe it's like Q1 may was published also. Right? If I want to, make make my calculations very specific to promotions, right? But we don't do that because we have to establish ourselves in the international diaspora. Competition is not just inside ISER and inside IIT. I have to create my brand name in the global diaspora, right? Now the thing is, every time a person in China publishes in a Core Star conference, he gets, like, his travel gets reimbursed, but many things, like not just about travel and all, they get like very good rewards. But in IITs we have, in ISERs, of course in NITs as well, so we have CPD of 3 lakh, and that you have to be utilized within 3 years. You are not, irrespective of number of conferences, suppose you have 10 conferences published in Core Star, we have to manage within this 3 lakh only, and if you publish maybe 1 or 2, then you have this 3 lakh per week. So you cannot make everything uniform, right? You have to be very carefully designed. You have to make policies regarding, okay, publishing this venues or publishing, get some time frames, then you will get some extra rewards and something like that. The moment you will incentivize those things, people will start focusing on that.
Sir, today IIT, NIT, they are getting the CPD, the central university, the state university, non-state institute, many institutes, even they are not getting a single rupee.
Sir, I understand that. It's again, all the suggestions are if you want your university to be in the university, right? Otherwise, 50 years of passage and another person.
That's why I am saying, like,
so yeah, so again, also we have to introduce the culture of research to state universities. Currently, my undergraduate is also from state university, and
Sir, sorry to interrupt. मैं एक question बोलना चाहूँगा. If we are going, everyone is running behind the research. Who will teach?
Sir, teaching will be there. No doubt in that. So when I am saying you have to teach, you have to consider your professors as researchers. It means research plus teaching. So unfortunately in IITs and ISERs, there are, like, I have seen many of my colleagues loaded with admin activities. Those activities for which your PhD is not required, somebody can also do it, right? And those things have to be done. Your precious mind that you have trained for 5 years to get a PhD, you have to utilize it into more complex tasks that perhaps an HR can do.
The policy in NITs and IITs are made by the government of India only for the UG, not for the research. Research the grant for the UG curriculum, not for the research. So it's the additional one.
Sure.
I want to say one thing. If we see, like Sachin sir is talking about the Indian history, Indian knowledge system. Okay. So if we see 300 BC, we are contributing 25% GDP of the world. It means the education that we are delivering in 300 BC, before that was one of the best education around the world. That's why we are the 25% GDP of the world. Why we have, मैंने अपना traditional छोड़ के why we have run behind the Western education. That is the major problem. Because that particular moment of time we are giving the education not for the employment, to generate the employment. Everyone was busy in generating the employment. Yes. So as a teacher, it is not our only responsibility that I will write the paper, I will deliver the class. That is not the responsibility. How many of your students are converted into the entrepreneur? So if you see big university, big IITs, most of the teachers, they are unable to identify a single student to convert into a venture. I am happy to share that in last 22 years I have generated 100 such ventures. 100 of my students, they are running their venture very successfully. Many of them are having a turnover of more than 250 crore. And I am working as the advisor of 36 Indian universities on the IPR. And under my guidance, more than 3,000 patents was filed. And I personally filed the 90 patents. So it is not always like that we always depend on the government or on the private institution where I am working, that they will give all the support. I have generated all the money from the industry. I have not taken a single rupees from NIT, from my any institute.
Yes. Sir, teachers जरूरी नहीं है कि students में entrepreneurship find out कर सकें, ऐसे student find कर
खुद भी एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप हो सकता है। मैं स्टार्ट किया हूँ, ठीक है ना, मैं खुद एक बहुत जल्दी मतलब विद 6 months or 1 year I will start very good and technology based dairy farming.
पाठक जी मेरा सजेशन यही था कि
yes
because simply we are only
क्योंकि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है, आत्मनिर्भर भारत, ठीक है, क्योंकि हम आत्मनिर्भर होंगे तो हमें समय का कि कम ये कहीं नहीं, कोई भी कुछ नहीं होगा, ठीक है। तो प्लीज कंक्लूड करते हैं, खत्म करते हैं, ठीक है। थैंक यू सो मच
Sir, just 2 minutes, I will conclude and then so thank you very much and there are many aspects, teaching universities are there, research institutes are there and many other things we need and due to lack of time we will conclude. Thank you very much all of you for spending your time. Definitely in future also if we need and please do visit our MIT campus in Pune and when we are inaugurating Goa then also we will invite you all of you for the same.
पहले पुणे का था, गोवा का बाद में कहा, पहले गोवा कहना चाहिए था, then पुणे।
नहीं, बसंत सर को विशेष थैंक यू।
थैंक यू all of you।
थैंक यू और आप भी आइए हमारे संस्थान में।
सचिन भाई ऐसा नहीं है, तो गोवा में चल रहा है।
गोवा चल हमारा देखिए हमारा सेंटर हमारा सेंटर गोवा में भी है और हमारा सेंटर पुणे में भी।
हमारे से मतलब नहीं है, MIT में चल रहा है।
MIT में